Hello everybody. My name is Zoltan, and this lightning talk will be about PKCS11 providers. So let's start with some introduction to the terms I will be using throughout this talk. First of all, what is an HSM? So the HSM stands for Hardware Security Module, and these HSMs are basically specialized hardware devices which maintain and store cryptographic material like keys and certificates, and they also provide cryptographic functions. The benefit of using HSMs is that they essentially hide this cryptographic material on the device, and they are also tamper resistant and tamper evident. Next, what is a PKCS11? So PKCS11 is a standard which specifies an application programming interface called CryptoKey, and this interface is used by devices that contain keys and perform or provide cryptographic functions. So basically, HSMs use CryptoKey, and whenever I will say PKCS11 module, I'm referring to HSMs that use this CryptoKey API. And lastly, what is a PKCS11 provider? So the PKCS11 provider is something that allows you to plug these PKCS11 modules into existing crypto libraries like GNU-TLS and OpenSSL. And you can use these modules as cryptographic backend. So what are the benefits of using PKCS11 providers? So the obvious one would be that you can have your custom cryptographic backend. As long as you can access it as PKCS11 module, you can just plug it into the library and you can use it. It doesn't have to be a physical device. It can also be purely software-based. Examples of such software-based modules are Soft HSM, Soft Token, or Cryoptic module. Another benefits would be basically if you are using an actual physical device, you get all the benefits of using the HSM. For example, it can have hardware accelerated algorithms, or you can also choose to use any certified HSMs. For example, the Cryoptic module aims to be fully FIPS certified. So now let's take a look at one concrete example of such a PKCS11 provider. This one is a provider for GNU-TLS, and I have split the logical structure into these segments. So first of all is the loading of the PKCS11 module. That is done via the GNU-TLS's global priority file, which is basically the main configuration file. And you can do it by specifying the provider section, and you then specify just the path to the module you want to use and pin to the module so the provider can log in. Then there is the actual provider structure inside GNU-TLS. And this one is initialized at the library's initialization, and it loads the entire function list of the PKCS11 module and serves as the main entry point to the module. And lastly, there is the PKCS11 backend, which replaces the default cryptographic backend of the library, which is net library. And here, all supported algorithms are implemented by using the CryptoKey API. Now let's take a look at the demo. So I have this directory with a test program. It's this one, RSA encrypt decrypt. As you can already tell by the name, it does just the RSA encryption and decryption. So let's take a look. It's quite simple. There is the main. There is the GNU-TLS initialization. There are some importing of RSA keys, but this is the main part. I call here two library functions from GNU-TLS. The GNU-TLS pubkey encrypt data, which encrypts a message. the message is concretely hello there. And it encrypts it with a public key, and we obtain a ciphertext. And then immediately I call GNU-TLS privkey decrypt data, which decrypts the received ciphertext, the one, and decrypts it with a RSA private key, and we obtain a plaintext. And then I just do some sanity check that the plaintext we obtain is the same as the original message. And if everything went okay, then we print OK. So let's try to run it. I already have it compiled, so yeah. Everything went okay. And so this used the default crypto backend, which is the net library. Now let's try to use the PKCS11 provider and plug in the cryoptic module. So I have here this directory called cryoptic. As you can see, I have here the cryoptic module itself. It's already configured and initialized, so we don't have to worry about anything here. And then I have here this GNU-TLS configuration file, which I will use now. And it has the provider section. And I specify path to the module we want to use and a pin to the module so we can log in. And as you can see, the path is to not to the cryoptic directly, but to PKCS11 spy. I will use this as a proxy to record all of the communication that's being done between the provider and the cryoptic. And then I have here this script, which is quite simple. It just sets the environment. Here you can see that I am setting the PKCS11 spy module to work as a proxy between the cryoptic module. And all of the communication between provider and cryoptic will be saved into this spy.log file. And then I set the GNU-TLS's configuration right there. And finally, I call the RSA encrypt decrypt executable. So now let's take a look. We'll try to run it. As you can see, everything went okay. But now there is this spy.log file. So let's take a look what it contains. And this is basically the entire communication between the provider and the cryoptic module that happened. Here you can see the cryoptic module has been loaded. First, what happens is that the entire function list is being loaded. Yep. Then the module is initialized. Then there is a lot of info being loaded. Here is the entire mechanism list from the cryoptic module. These are all of the mechanisms that are supported. There is quite a lot. And there is a lot of info. Let's skip that. That's not really interesting here. All of this is happening during the initialization of the library. And then we come to the encryption operation, which starts here. First, a session is opened. Then it's logged into. Then there is a create object function called, which basically imports the public RSA key. You can see here the type is RSA, and it's a public key. Here is the entire public key. And then there is the encryption operation, which you can see. We provide the message, which is hello there, and we obtain this ciphertext data. And then the session is closed. That's the entire encryption operation. And here is the start of the decryption operation. Another session is opened. It's logged into. Another object is created. This is the import of the RSA private key. You can see it here. So the key type is RSA, and it's a private key. And then here is the actual decrypt operation. We provide the ciphertext, which we obtained before, and we obtain a result, which is the plaintext hello there. And yeah, that's all for the demo. So what's the current development of PKCS11 providers? Currently, there are two providers, one for OpenSSL, another one for GNU-TLS. The one in OpenSSL is already pretty much finalized. The version 1.0 is available now in Fedora 42. And their future to-do list is to add support for post-quantum cryptography. And the provider which we have seen just now, which is in GNU-TLS, it is pretty much functional, but there is still some work to do. Most importantly, it needs more rigorous testing because right now it's only tested with the cryoptic module. Pin handling should also be improved, for example. Right now it's just a plain pin in the configuration. And although it supports already all of the common algorithms, it would be nice to have more support. And that's it for this lightning talk. Thank you for your attention. And if you have any questions, we have a few minutes, I believe. Yes? Well, so the question was, if you implement something with the cryptokey API, which is the PKCS11 standard, so if you can just plug the result into OpenSSL or GNU-TLS, am I saying it right? Yes. Yeah. No, so you don't have to implement it twice. If you are the author of an HSM, you can just plug it into any of these libraries and use it as the cryptographic backend. So it will work with both because both of them use the cryptokey API. Any other questions? Yes?
If I use a PKCS11 module with GNU-TLS, does that mean that I can drop a dependency on metal or the sequence here in my dependency tree?
No, I don't think so. Oh, right. If you use the PKCS11 provider, whether you can drop completely the nettle dependency for GNU-TLS. No, I don't think so. It is the default backend. It just replaces it. Yes?
Is there a future where nettle would be provided as a PKCS11 module, and then GNU-TLS basically has no crypto backend by default?
So the question is whether there is a future where the nettle library will be provided just as a PKCS11 module and the dependency will be completely dropped. That's an interesting to-do list idea. We didn't plan for this, but yeah, it's an interesting idea for sure. Any other questions? Yes? Yes. Wait, sorry, I am not sure if I understand the question. Okay. So the question is the proxy that I was using, the PKCS11 SPI, which is if it is specific for GNU-TLS or if you can use it with any other module. no, it's not specific to GNU TLS. You can use it with any module. You can use it as a proxy for anything, any module, basically. Okay, so thank you for your attention again, and
I can introduce myself. So, hello guys. I'm here to present to you this lightning talk about using Artifact Hub to gather community pieces to create your own pipeline. So, let's do it. Here is our agenda. So, I'm planning to talk a bit of myself, just a quick introduction. Then explain why do we need pipelines, or why should we have pipelines into our software project. Then how to do this with Tecton. And then I will present to you the Artifact Hub and present to you a demo, which is actually a comparison between how to do this in pure Tecton with, and then with using Artifact Hub. So a bit of myself. My name is João Pedro Poloni Ponce, but everybody calls me JP. I'm 30 years old. I'm from Brazil. I'm an information engineer, which is a mix between computer, electronics, and telecommunication engineer. And I'm currently working as software engineer at Red Hat. A fun fact about me, I was here last year talking about image segmentation, and here I am again. So why do we need a pipeline in our project, or why this is important? So a pipeline is a resource that can automate the software delivery, which makes this process non-dependable of one person or a set of people. And a pipeline can ensure the code we are trying to build or deliver is repeatable and reproducible. So if we use the same set of parameters as input, we must have the same output. And a pipeline can short the delivery time for our products because we can automate this process, and as soon we can have a bug fix or introduce a new feature, we can release a new software, a new version of this product. And how do we do this with Tecton? So Tecton is a key native implementation of pipelines, where since it's key native, what we have to do is basically describe the tasks and the pipeline we want to create. And the Kubernetes or the OpenShift will try to reach this state. And what we in fact do is describe how the pipeline works, all the actions, all the tasks we want to do, and all the steps of these tasks. And let's say the traditional way to do this, it's basically we ask to our engineers to write this script with all the set of commands that we want to implement, that we want our pipeline to execute. And the thing is, this is a very time-consuming action. And sometimes write the pipeline or write the script to automate this task, it can become hell because there's a lot of new things, and we don't want the pipeline to become a project itself. What we want is to be simple and just keeping our big project the thing that we want to deliver in our pipeline just to support this. And this is a situation we definitely want to avoid. And we, as software developers, we are very concerned about write code, or in this case, artifacts that can be reusable in other projects, in future projects. So we don't need to write unnecessary code again. And the fact is, pipelines can share a lot of steps between themselves. So for example, clone for every software code. It's basically a step that we are taking always. Build for container softwares, and deploy if we want to make our pipeline, if we want to make our product available somewhere. And probably the company you work for or will work for has more than one project, which means that they can possibly be more than one pipeline. And sometimes they can have more steps in common than the ones I just presented. For example, if your company have a test suite, you probably can insert another common step here and reuse in your projects. And wouldn't it be awesome if we have a place where we can just gather community pieces which other DevOps engineers did and they share with us? Well, this place exists, and it is the Artifact Hub, which, as the name suggests, is a hub which hosts artifacts, and it's available for everyone to use. And there's a lot of community pieces there that we can just look for and use in our projects. So we can search and use the Artifact Hub for open source Tekton tasks or pipelines, container images. If we need some kind of customized image, we can go there and just search. And even Helm charts we can find there. And this can be very useful for our project because it allows our engineers to work on what's matter instead of reinventing the wheel, rewriting code. And this is the logo of the Artifact Hub. And here, it's a print screen of a Git clone task. As you can see, it's well described with a lot of information of how to use it. And there in the corner, there are some cool features that they teach how to install this task. What we don't actually need to install it, I will show to you how we can do without installing this directly on our cluster. We can see examples, which is a really cool feature when we are trying to implement this and we need some examples to understand how it works. And the manifest, which is this Tekton task itself. So we can see how it was built. And now let's go for the demo. Let me mirror my screen. So it's not there. Oh, cool. So here, what I have is a pure Tekton pipeline. And Tekton uses the approach of YAML file in this way. So we need to specify an API version, the kind of the pipeline we are doing. So it's a pipeline, the name, and specify some resources. The things that are important here is the workspace, because it is when we create a local environment that we can pass through other tasks, and the parameters I'm using here. So I have two parameters, the Git URL of the repository I'm trying to deliver, and the path for the YAML file of the deployment settings the settings of my deployment here. And here are the tasks. So the first task is to clone the repository, and it has only one step, which I'm using the image Alpine with the Git command, and the working directory of the one I specified here. So I'm using this workspace, this local environment, and I'm using this directory here. And as I mentioned, I have to create my own script to do this. So I'm starting with remove the old repository, then I'm cloning and I'm passing the path to the next step. The next step is to build our container image. It runs right after the clone step, and it is built in an image of the build-a container. It also works in this directory, workspace output path. It is the same of the last step. And it has some secret keys refs here because I want to push my image to my Docker Hub account. So I need to specify I'm using my username and my password. And here again is the script. So I'm using build.build to build my image. Then I execute my login, and then I push this image to my Docker Hub space. And After, we have the build. They have the deploy that runs after the build, which has two steps with the Alpine version, which is just replace the placeholder of my deployment YAML file with my recently created image. And the next step is just the deployment on my Kubernetes cluster. So I'm just applying kubectl, apply -f, and using the parameter here, YAML file. So this is the way with pure Tekton. And notice that I have to write some commands. And if I have another software project, I can reuse some of these things or use the Artifact Hub, which is in fact I did here. So the start is the same. The parameters are the same. I'm using the Git URL. Then I'm specifying the YAML path of my deployment file. But here is the difference. So my first task is to clone. But I'm not using an Alpine image with git command. I'm using the resolver, which means I'm fetching the Artifact Hub. And I'm specifying these parameters. These are the configurations I need to use to install, to specify this is the task I want to fetch there. So it's a task, the name is git clone, and the version is 0.5.0. And then I pass the parameters I want to use to this task. So it's the URL, which assumes the value of the git URL. And the workspace is exactly the same I had before. Then I run to the build. It runs after clone. And notice that the resolver here is not the hub. It's a git. What I did was I turned this build into a reusable task because it has my credentials here, my username, my password that some companies has, some enterprise users. And so here, I just make this step, I just upload to a Git repository, and I'm using it here again. I just had to specify the URL of where this Git repository is, the branch, which is the revision with the main branch, and the path to the YAML file of my task, which is artifact build.yaml. And then I just pass the params image, which is the name of the image I'm using. And the deploy is just the same as it was. But the cool thing is that I kind of cheat because I found this image on the Artifact Hub. So that's another thing that we can use Artifact Hub. We can search for images that do the commands or has the command line interface that we need to just apply the set of commands we want here. And just to show to you, I've run the pipeline before the presentation, and I can show it running now. So here is the first one, is the traditional. So I'm cloning this repo. Then I'm executing my command here, cloning into test repo. And then I'm building the image. So it's 6 steps that the container file has, which is use the base image, then work in dir, copy, run npm install, expose my port, and at the end, start the application. Here is the push part, where I'm just trying to copy the artifacts of build up to my Docker Hub account. Push successfully, and then my deployment. And here, oops, a bit here. Here is the, and here is the other way I showed to you. So it's just the task I'm doing and the same commands of build up and the deployment as it was. So this is the last part of my demo. Any questions? If I want to use in a disconnected environment, if it's possible to use Artifact Hub. You will need to connect at some time, at least to grab the task and copy to your local environment and run the task in the Kubernetes cluster so they can have the task there. You need to have some adjustment in your YAML file so you can, instead of use the resolver, just use a task reference to fetch a task that you already have in your cluster, just this. Yeah. It will not be like just run the command and it will fetch there. You have to manually go and install by yourself. Thank you, guys. It was a pleasure to be here.
second.
Yeah,
to
that's the problem. I don't know if you can.
There should be if you do join
Present
displays,
review.
try this, and if you do join
Yes.
displays,
We did.
oh, it's on.
No. You. Yeah. I'm not sure if that's gonna work.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for coming today. My name is Katerina Ramashka, and I currently intern in a Red Hat company in Ireland. And today I'm with my colleague Ben Kapper, who is software engineer in our research team. We're going to present our presentation about processing terabytes of astronomy data at scale with AC3 project, which is part of Horizont research project. So let's quick see what is AC3, and don't ask me what happened with first and second, right? So AC3 stands of Agile and Cognitive Cloud Age Continuum. So if shortly we have, sorry, just like know my notes. It's a cutting-edge platform designed to unify cloud and edge computing with AI-driven architecture. Just thinking about this as the brain, which is managing process manages resource across distributed environments. It could be in the cloud age or in a premise. So the most prioritized for our project is sustainability and scalability. So at the moment, we have three different use cases. Use case first is IoT and data. Second one is managing and analyzing systems. So, and third one, which is we're going to present you right now, it's astronomy data. So if you're asking me about why astronomy data, firstly, because modern telescopes recording 3D data modeling in a So yeah, as I said, modern telescopes generate terabytes of 3D data cubes per observation, and it's capturing details like stellar kinematics and galaxy evolution. But processing of this data is really huge, and in traditional way, it's really painful to do it manually. So, and challenges which we have in our project, firstly, it's automatically manage all these processes that scientists could spend less time for process all this data, and especially because this slide. So yeah, challenges. So without automation, it could take for weeks or even like for months. All these challenges which you see, our project could solve. So, and also like if we're talking about astronomy data, all of you just could image like stars, right? But what our systems see, it's just cube of data. Like we have three different spaces. I'm not going to talk deeper about exactly astronomy data because for our use case, more necessary to work just with files. But inside of these files, we have information from these cubes. Like if you see a picture in a corner, we just like slices this information, and that's what we have in our files. So our use case 3, astronomy. If we look on our workload, firstly we have AI architectures and managers resource across Travis computing environments. Also we have life cycle management, including data storage and microservice deployments and scaling. So let's just look closer to our architecture, and that's actually the most interesting in all this presentation. How it works. We have our telescope in Madrid, and let's say our user just uploads their files. They don't want to worry about how exactly these files move in our systems. They want to just upload it and get back their processed files with results. All what we do is just do this delivery system. So all these files is going to our observation data storage. We have orchestra who is looking for new data. We take all this new data, we process it and send it to the queue. So we split it, let's say, from terabytes of data. We split it for short, like, let's say, hundreds megabytes. So, and just because when we split it, it's more faster and could be scaled in our processor. So, yeah, and after when it's completed, it's just going back to the queue and going to orchestrator who is send it back to our storage, and that's how our users get back all this data. So, but next question is, if we have all this system, how we connected to between customers, like let's say telescope, how it's connected to our architecture. And Ben gonna talk how it's working.
Yeah, so basically the workflow is once the astronomers have their data, they want to pass that to us and facilitate the kind of secure transfer of the data between the astronomers and ourselves. We use EDC data connectors. So these are not typical data connectors. They've been extended by a company called Ionos to work with S3 buckets as both the source of the data and the destination of the data. So these are bidirectional. So instead of needing two sets, one provider and one consumer on either side, we can use the connectors to act as both the provider and the consumer. And basically, one of the main benefits of these connectors is data governance. So it's all secure. Basically, the connectors have to have policies that match on both connectors. Once the policies match, the contracts can be negotiated between the two connectors, and then the data transfer can occur. So the workflow really is the astronomers are going to upload their data into their S3 bucket. We have something that is watching their bucket. We'll transfer the data with the data connectors into our bucket. Then we have the UC3 application that's watching our bucket, and that transfers the data into the local storage. It processes all the data with Starlight, and then Starlight returns it back to our bucket with all the output files. So then we have another watcher that is watching our bucket. It finds all the output files, transfers it back to UCM, or the astronomers, and that's basically the process complete. So, so then the final part then is monitoring integration. So really, this is all just about collecting metrics to train the autoscaling models. So we have two different types of scaling that we want to do. We need to be able to scale vertically, so increasing resources to the pods. But we also want to be able to increase the number of pods if the workload is too high. So these are the different metrics that we're trying to expose from the application. So for horizontal autoscaling, we need to find the average CPU and RAM utilization for the pods, the number of processing pods themselves, the queue length, which all the data is being sent through into the processing pods from the orchestrator. And then for the vertical model, we need to find the RAM and CPU limits and usage. We need to find the job processing time and the queue length.
Yeah, so that's how works our use case 3 with astronomy data. And Thank you for your attention. If you have any question, we would like to answer you. Yes?
No, because,
Repeat
sorry. Are we doing any checksums before transferring the data? No, we're not, because basically any data that is found in the S3 bucket has to come from the astronomers, because they're the only ones with access to their bucket. So we can be fairly certain that the data is correct, it is what they put in there, and then when it's transferred, it's exactly the same as what was in their bucket when they uploaded it. Yeah, so, oh, sorry, the AI configured networking. So, basically the question was, he didn't see anything about the AI configured networking. So we have a network operator that is kind of a separate piece of the application by itself, or the separate piece of the project by itself. So basically, like, as processing pods scale out, they can be multi-cluster. So we have a network operator that is going to basically, it's configured by an AI-driven lifecycle manager. And that is that's where the AI comes into it. So we have resource profiles and we have application profiles. And these look at like the infrastructure resources and then like understand the application itself that is being deployed. So when we have processing pods that are being split across multiple clusters, the AI-driven lifecycle manager is going to kick the network operator into effect, and that's going to start creating links between all the clusters where the processing pods are actually deployed, and then they can all communicate with each other and understand what's been processed and what hasn't been. Any other questions?
Any more? Okay, so yes, that's all. Thank you, everyone.
Hello, everyone. Good morning. My name is William. I was not expecting too many people, so bear with me. I'm a software engineer at Red Hat, and also I'm a teacher at a college during the night, so doing double shifts. Today, we're going to see how to build your first chatbot with LangChain and IBM Granite. All right, before we start, let's see what this presentation is about. So we're going to see the basics of how to build your LLM chatbot and integrate them. We're going to implement simple code with interactive chat that we can play with. And the idea here is to work locally, so you don't need to trust any other source instead of your machine and your local model. What this presentation is not about, and I'm sorry if I'm disappointing any of you. So this is not about RAG. I didn't do anything, I swear. OK. This is not about RAG. I'm not doing anything, I swear.
The stream is fine. The stream is fine.
OK, great.
It's just the people in this room who can see it.
All right. Maybe I can turn my notebook and you see. So this is not about how to use cloud services. So we're not connecting to any cloud services. This is not about RAG. This is not about create chatbot agents or workflows. And this is not creating your Jarvis, Hall, or Skynet for obviously safety reasons. OK? So what is an LLM before we go to the code? So imagine you have a super nerdy parrot that reads the entire internet, and now it won't stop giving you smart answers about everything you ask. This is an LLM. OK, technically speaking, an LLM is a model that usually based on deep learning, where you give a lot of data for it. It gathers numeric structure about it and can, based on statistical patterns, answer coherent and contextually relevant text based on what you ask. So an interesting fact, an LLM does not have context. So whenever you ask something, it will give you an answer. If you ask something again that is related, it will not know the context before. So it will give you simple answers about one simple question, OK? And it's just math. It's not fancy, intelligent something, OK? What is a chatbot? So a chatbot is like your tireless, talkative robot buddy that lives on your computer and pretends to be a human without an advantage. It doesn't need coffee, so it can answer you whenever you want. OK, technically speaking, a chatbot is a human interaction software that is usually based on natural language processing and machine learning techniques to give you answers about inputs in real time. So we want to connect both. We want to connect our chatbot software with our LLM model. Here's a diagram. So we have the user, we have question and answer, we have the chatbot software that will send information to the LLM, and the LLM will return with the answer to the chatbot, and chatbot will show you. All right. We're going to use LangChain. It's an open source framework for building and working with LLMs. It's suitable for doing chatbots, document analysis, and much more. We're going to be using Llama CPP to work with the LLM, and we're going to use IBM Granite for whatever reason. It could be any of the LLMs available in the internet. I pick up one, and it's the Granite. it's trained and released by IBM. So let's go to our hands-on. Let's do a simple chatbot with one question and one answer. Here are our packages. And a note, this presentation and all the material is available on my GitHub, so you can download and run it out of the box. Download the model, you'll need it, but it runs out of the box, so you can try, you can play with it, and you can increase it. So we're going to build a small example and grow on top of it. So this is the libraries we're going to be using. And then we need to tell where is our model. So I have the model on my machine downloaded. And we set a callback manager. So a callback is a nice feature where you send a question, and it will give you a nice answer word by word. So it will not stay there without doing anything, and then all of a sudden throwing a lot of words for you. So this is an interactive way of working with the chatbot. And here's our LLM object. We create an object using Llama CPP. We set the seed, we set the callback, we set the model context, which is based on which LLM model you're using. So IBM allows 131,072 tokens. And then we have our question and our answer. So simple like that. We set a variable, and we use LLM invoke to ask a question, and then you have an answer. And as I mentioned previously, LLMs are really talkative, so I had to restrict the answer in 20 words without an explanation, because I'm using a model that can give you an explanation, and it will be a whole text here that would not fit this slide, so this is why I restricted the output. All right, we have a starting point. So let's increase it. Let's talk about one nice feature for developers, grammars. So if you went from any area related to computer science, you probably heard about Backus no form. This is an extension of Backus no form to create grammars and use it. So the thing is, you specify a grammar for the model. Here I'm using a grammar that describes JSON. And everything I ask for the model will give me an answer based on the grammar. So I asked it, list 2 of the world's 7 wonders in JSON format. And it gave me great parameters of Giza and Christie Redeemed statue. And plus gave me the location without I ask. So sometimes you need to be really restrictive of what you ask the LLM, or it will start answering what you have not asked. So this is nice when you, for example, need to build a JSON for a test on a software. So you want a JSON example. You set the grammar, ask it, and it will give you an output of JSON that you can use on a test for something. I'm sorry? The value? Yeah. For example, if you're a developer and you are writing unit tests and you need a JSON input, but you don't want to write it manually. So you get your LLM and tell your LLM, create a JSON with this, this, and that, and it will create you a JSON and you can use it on your tests. So you don't need to write all the information manually. Like if you need these 7 words wonders and don't want to write it manually, you just ask and it gives you in a JSON format, and you can use it on your test. Okay, let's increase our example. So we're gonna do a chat now. So the addition here is the templates. And what is a template? So A template is something that you send to the model with inputs and some rules for the model to return you what you want. So here I'm defining a simple template with a question and preparing for the answer. So, and then I define the object for the prompt. And then I create a chain. So like the name suggests, LangChain creates chains. So you put a prompt, and the output of the prompt will be the input of the LLM. You can chain a lot of things there, and LangChain will work that for you. So now we can interact with the chatbot. I have a simple loop that I can write questions, and the LLM will give me answers. And unfortunately, I could not put the questions here, but I have it here. So here it is. I asked it, what is your name? And the LLM answered that it doesn't have a name. And then I asked it, what was my previous question? So as you see, there is no history. The LLM does not know what was the previous question. So it doesn't know about context. So each new question is a new answer without knowing anything about previous context. But at least you can interact with it and ask more and more questions. All right. So let's go with a chatbot with history, because we're getting out of time. So now the only change here is the history object that we will create, and the template. The template will be different. So instead of just sending a question, we will send all the previous chat that we had with the chatbot. So now it knows the previous context and knows my new question, and then can think about everything and answer me. And in the template, I say that the input variables are the chat history and the question. All right, so here I go one by one question, and ask, what is your name? And I did not pass the chat history because we don't have a chat history yet. So the LLM answered me that it doesn't have a name again. All right, so let's see if we can improve it. Then we create our object, the chat history. We add the question, the response we had. So now we have a history of our current chat. And now let's ask a new question. So let's say, what was my first question? And when I send the information to the LLM, I also send the chat history. And now it's able to know, oh, your first question was, what is your name? And here is what we've talked about. So now we have, so every time we do a new question, we need to add all the information to the history and send to the LLM again. So the LLM will know all the history and know how to answer new questions. All right. So here it is, 1 minute before I thought. All the code is available on my GitHub. You can download, you can play with it, you can create your chatbot. Please don't create Skynet. And yeah, we have 1 minute for questions if you have. Sure. Could you say again? Oh, so the question was if there is a limit of how long the history can go. So it will depend on the context. As I showed you, the LLM, the more the context, the more the history grows, the more tokens we will need to send to the LLM for it to understand. So it will be limited by the tokens of the model you're using, the context tokens. Yes? Okay. We're out of time, but we can discuss if you want out. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, okay. Hey, good morning, everyone. Am I audible? Yeah, okay. Let's wait for a moment for everybody. Okay. I'm Jigar Raisingani, and I'm working as Associate Manager of Software Engineering at Red Hat. I'm primarily working with the sustaining engineering team within Red Hat, and most of the work that we do is related to backporting, where we take patches from the latest streams and we backport it to the previous streams. Today we are going to talk about the need, the business impact, and if there are any ways to automate backportings, and why do we really need to automate backporting. So this is the agenda, and we are going to cover about backporting, why it's required, the business requirements, and understanding different types of backports, and also if it can be automated in some way. So what is backporting? So backporting essentially means that you take a fix or a feature from the latest version of software and you make it available or make it a part of the older stream as well. The reason why we do it, because there are a lot of users and customers who want to stick to the older versions for various reasons, and they want those certain vulnerability fixes on those versions as well, because even they want security for their business needs. So where is it most common? It is most common in kernel space, because if there's any vulnerability or if there's any bug which is present in the previous versions, it can cause a lot of operating system level issues. And also in enterprise systems and LTS versions, a lot of customers who are using it, they really want it. And in the next slide, we'll talk about why they want it. So why is backporting required? It's mostly for security, stability, and hardware support. So a lot of banking customers, defense customers, and a lot of telecom industry, these customers really require vulnerability fixes for a lot of reasons. And also a lot of customers are using older hardwares, and it is not always possible to run the latest software on that versions and on those hardwares, and then it becomes really important that we keep the previous versions very stable, and yes. So what is the business requirement? So for a lot of our customers, enterprise customers, compliance is an issue. They need to have a lot of security to deploy their applications. And also when we talk about migrations, the easiest way or a customer support team would want is that you go to the latest version and everything will be available there. A lot of the patches are available, a lot of issues are fixed there, but then that would mean that as a customer, I need to invest a lot of money in upgrading. And also it would mean that testing your software with the latest versions, and it is a lot of cost. So if a customer can get a fix on the older versions, if we can assure them that your version of the software is equally secure and stable, and we will be providing all those fixes, then they do not have an immediate requirement to go to the latest versions. So it saves a lot of costs, and a lot of customers want stability, and they want to run the same version of the software for longer periods of times, and that is where we provide them the support. So now let's talk about how backporting is actually done and what are the challenges. So most of the backporting that is done is manual. So some of the statistics mention that almost 80% of the patches take almost 20 days to backport, which means that if the fix is available on the latest stream, it takes around 20 days to make it available on the older streams. Almost 50% of the patches take over 46 days, and some of the very difficult backports can take more than a year. Now what it essentially means, that there is a vulnerability out there, everybody knows about it, but the older versions of software does not have a fix, And now there is a delay in backporting, which means that the older versions of softwares are vulnerable, which means the attackers can potentially use that, and a lot of industries can be at risk. When we talk about manual backporting, it can, if a human is involved, there is a potential to make mistakes, and it can cause regressions as well. And there is code drift, like one version of the software can be written in a certain way, there can be code refactoring, there can be various ways how the code has changed, and then because of the drift, it becomes very difficult for a human to actually backport the fixes to all the previous versions. And that is one of the challenges we see as a team at Red Hat as well. Now, what are the different types of backporting? So there are five major types. Like first one is when there is no change required to backport, like most of the versions are rebased, and the latest fix can easily get backported because there is not much code changes. Second is like patch changes, like the location of the patches are changing, and now you need to figure out like how or where the patch has changed, and then a certain amount of knowledge can be used to actually make the backport. And if there are any variable or function changes, that is another type of backport, because now you need to understand the code and also understand how and why the variables were changed. And then there is a combination of 2 and 3, that is the patch location has changed and also the variable and function names changed. And then the fifth type and the most difficult one is where the logic or the inherent way the software was written or the feature was written has changed. So the last three are the difficult ones because it requires certain domain expertise and also expertise in the way the language works, and certain mastery over the language and domain is required to do those backports. Now let us see, can backporting be automated? So there is one tool that is Fixmorph, which has been around for a while, and what it essentially does is it analyzes the patch's abstract syntax tree, and it builds certain rules around it. So supposing if I want to backport one patch to a previous version, so it will convert it into AST. I'll talk about it in the next slide. It will build some flexible rules. For example, like the previous version had the variables name a, b, and say the latest has x, y. So it will try to build flexible rules in saying that x, y could be a, b, or it can have some other variable name in like the previous versions. Then what it does, it aligns the code versions across, like for example, if we talk about RHEL 9, Red Hat Enterprise Linux 9 and 8, so it will try to align those versions, and then it will try to apply those patches and see if it works or not. Now, what is the real impact? And so when this tool was actually tested, there was a 75% success rate in kernel patches, which would mean that if I backport 100 kernel patches, like 75% would be done with major accuracy, but 25% would not, because it might fall in the last three categories which I talked about. Like the real impact of backporting with automation is that it handles security and LTS patches, and also the challenge is when doing it with the real world software is that it requires some kind of expertise to actually backport like the most difficult ones. So if the tool cannot understand the underlying logic, then it becomes really difficult to use automation. And that is where like a lot of future also lies, because now we are talking a lot about AI and its ability to understand semantics, and it might be able to detect how the code has diverged over a period of time, and maybe like tools like these which provide 75% success right now, with the help of AI, it might be able to do a better job, and that is where the future lies, according to me. Now, in the previous slide, I talked about AST, so it's basically abstract syntax tree, and what it does is like when what it will do is it will take a patch, it will convert it into a certain form where it talks about the code logic, not about like the brackets and commas and everything, and then it will try to compare it with the previous version of the patch or the software, and then using this syntax tree, it becomes easier to actually compare it to the previous versions. And now let's talk about the key takeaways. So why is backporting critical? We saw at various reasons that it is important to keep the system stable and secure. We looked at manual methods. So manual methods can be error prone. They can be slow because it takes a lot of time to do the backportings. And with the help of certain tools, like say Fixmorph or maybe in future AI-based tools, we might be able to reduce that time. And once that time is reduced, it provides like a faster and secure way to support our customers and a lot of users on the previous versions. And Fixmorph has shown a strong promise in automation, but I would not say that it is a go-to tool for like all the backports, and you cannot rely on it blindly. But then it is at least an attempt to say that backporting can be automated. And yeah, this area is still evolving, and with deeper semantic understanding, like it is the future. And also with like, I would not say AI, but then it's still in the nascent phases. But we are working in Red Hat. We are working in an in-house tool called PatchPal for at least kernel backportings. So it is a little more promising right now, but again, it's still in development, and we started with it like just a few weeks back, and then it's still evolving. So yeah, that was my time. Thank you, everyone. And any questions? Yeah.
How to check that the automated patch is working?
So there is. What? Yeah. So you want to say how do we verify if the backport works or not? Yeah, so backporting essentially means the dev part of the things, like we are taking a patch and then we backport it, but then comes actually the build part where you actually apply those patches and you build the software in whatever, like based on the tool, like there is a build procedure, and after that there is a QA, like you need to test it for regressions, you need to run different kind of test cases, and then if everything passes, then you can say with a certain surety that the backport actually worked.
Okay, so it's relying on the tests that you write for this patch, or
Yes.
so the tests are also like backported, or
Depends, like if they are specific to that particular feature or patch, then yes, you need to do, like for example, if there is a reproducer, then you need to try it on the previous version as well. Yeah. Yep. It is generic. It can be used, but most of the statistics are around kernel right now. But the way it is designed, it is more generic. It can be used for all the applications. Yep. Yeah. It's based on, so there's a Fixmorph. Yeah. So you're talking about the numbers which I showed, like how long it takes to backport. So there is a research paper on Fixmorph. I'll just add it to the slides and share the slides. So it shares the statistics that like a lot of patches take a much longer duration to actually backport. Yeah, because for example, if I tell you on say Red Hat Enterprise Linux 8, like it has certain kernel version, but on Red Hat Enterprise Linux 9, it is much ahead. So taking any patch from say the latest version and backporting to RHEL 8 or RHEL 7, it's a huge code difference, and then it can actually take a lot of time to make sure that the patch works on the previous versions as well. Yeah. Any further questions? Or okay, thank you everyone. Yeah. get going.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks for joining us to this presentation about Codeco, a European research project. I'm Jose Castillo Lema. I'm part of the OpenShift Performance and Scale organization. I have been collaborating with research projects for a couple of years now. And this is Dean Kelly, a software engineer from Ireland that's currently fully working on these kinds of projects. So the idea here, I will be briefly describing and providing some context about why Red Hat is passionate about joining these Red Hat projects, which projects do we have currently, and what are the outcomes that we expect from those projects. And then Dean will be doing most of the heavy lifting of the presentation, giving the specifics about the Codeco project. So what are Horizon European projects? Those are huge research projects founded by the European Union. Usually we enter those projects with a huge consortium from industry and academia, usually more than 10 or 20 partners, and the projects have a duration of 3 years. And these are some of the projects that we have currently undergoing. We have 7 projects, as you see there. Most of them, somehow they are related to what we call the cloud continuum in academia, which in Red Hat we usually refer to as hybrid cloud. Some of them are most focused on networking and multi-cluster networking aspects, other about the management capabilities, but somehow the cloud continuum topic spreads through them all. And finally, what I think is most relevant, why are we passionate about those projects? First of all, they provide us an opportunity, ideally, to found developing of new features in upstream and downstream Red Hat products. We are also in a position to influence the partners and the consortium to guide them in best practices and cloud-native orientations and to guide them in technologies that we are passionate about. And it's also an opportunity to increase our collaboration with upstream communities. So those are some of the reasons why we are so passionate about those projects. And now Dean is going to discuss specifically the Codeco one. So Dean, all yours.
Yeah, so hi everyone. So what is Codeco? This is a quote taken from their website, but I tried to kind of simplify it. The way I see Codeco is it's a Kubernetes plugin which handles scheduling on the edge through AI recommendations, as well as having a focus on energy efficiency and multi-cluster management. So I just want to give a quick shout out to the partners. We have 5 components in Codeco and 16 partners, and it's a pleasure to work with all of them, so just wanted to give them a quick shout out. So what's Red Hat's role within Codeco? We're in charge of the multi-cluster management. We're using OCM, or Open Cluster Management, to do this. We're in charge of the application model. We are in charge of the multi-cluster monitoring. We do this through Prometheus and Thanos. There's a lot of documentation involved, so we have to write deliverables, proposals, and sometimes even patents. Then we're in charge of the component installation. So how do we actually get Codeco onto the multi-cluster? And finally, we have to integrate those components. It's really difficult to kind of piece them all together and get them all talking to each other nicely. So yeah, that's it. So what are we actually trying to achieve with Codeco? So we want to create an open source framework which plugs into Kubernetes. We want to manage workloads on the edge cloud, again, using OCM. We want to focus on energy efficiency, trying to kind of hit net zero on all of that. We're exploring Kepler. And our key areas of research are hybrid cloud, edge, IoT, and AI. So I'll just give you a bit about the Codeco components themselves. So there's 5 key ones. We have Advanced Cluster Management, or ACM. Just to clarify, this isn't Red Hat's ACM. It's our own version of it. So that's really the entry point for the whole system. So that's in charge of installing all the other components. Then we have Metadata Manager, or MDM. So that controls and discovers the metadata. Then we have SWM, which is scheduling and workload migration. So that's multi-object scheduling. And our AI component is PDLC. The name is really long, so we'll call it PDLC. Then we have NetMA in charge of the network exposure and data exchange. So here's a few use cases kind of drive home what Codeco is. It can be used in smart cities, so for smart monitoring of public infrastructure. So a really good example I like to use in this is if you're an investor, having those kind of metrics available to you, what streets are busy, what streets are quiet,
Like that's crucial for investment. I think it's a really good use case. Then we have vehicular safety. So where are the pain points for traffic? Is there an area where there's more crashes than another area? Media streaming, so smooth delivery of media across IoT devices and edge cloud. Then we have energy. So again, is there anywhere in particular draining energy, or is there somewhere we can kind of take action on and bring the energy down? Manufacturing, so autonomous guided vehicles, we can control these through Codico. And finally, smart buildings, so automated Cronestone application deployment for buildings. Yeah, so how is the framework actually deployed? This is something we're kind of working on at the minute. So for multi-cluster, we have to assume we have one a hub and two a couple of managed clusters. So we need to set up the hub first, right? So what components go onto the hub? Because all 5 components don't just get plastered on the hub and all managed clusters. So we use a GitOps-driven approach and get a pipeline going. So we have ACM deployed on the hub and SWM L1, for example. So then when they're set up on the hub, we're ready to start setting up the policies. So the pipeline moves on to the next stage, and it goes through and generates all the policies for the components that need to be deployed on the managed clusters. Then once the policies are created, consider the policies as deployments wrapped up in policies. So all the components are in those policies. OCM then takes the policies and sends them down to wherever we want. So say, for instance, we want PDLC on every single managed cluster. So let's go do that. The policy allows it. We want MDM on one, no problem, it does that. And that's kind of the approach we're after taking so far. Then the next part, so smart application deployment. This is how we actually get our application model and get it down implemented. So what is the application model? It's a set of user requirements, and we basically take the application model, send it out to SWM. SWM then transform it from the original application model to an SWM app. So it's waiting now, it's ready to go, let's send it down to the managed clusters. But what's the best cluster? So say the user goes, I want a really energy efficient cluster. It'll go, okay, here's our neighborhood of clusters that we have. Then the PDLC components are shouting at my man over here, going, this is the best cluster. And then he kind of lets SWM know, puts it into the app, and SWM and OCM pair up together and get the app down to the best cluster. So in this case, I said it was this one. And then finally, MDM monitors the application in real time. So that's kind of the workflow that we have. Thanks all for listening. All contributions are extremely encouraged. This is all kind of at the start of it. So as I said, all ideas are very welcome. Yeah, if anyone's interested in contributing, just ping me. Everything's available on GitLab. And thanks very much.
I think we do have some time for questions. Is there any question about the projects, about Codeco in specifics? Okay, I think we don't have any questions. We'll be around for the next 10 minutes, so if you have any questions, feel free to reach us. Thank you very much, and thank you, Dean, for the presentation.
Thanks, lads.
All right. Hi, everyone. So my name is Clément Vernat. I'm an engineering manager at Red Hat, working with the CoreOS team. But today, I'm going to tell you a story about time zone and teams, and in particular, focusing on what are some of the different costs of having teams spread across many time zones. Before starting, like every good story, we need a good disclaimer. Any characters or entities in that presentation are fictitious. And if you find like some resemblance or anything, it's purely coincidental. So let's start with the chapter 1. Let's meet the team. So our story starts with a team that grew organically out of a successful open source project. The vision was simple. We want to hire the best people wherever they are. And by hiring those passionate people, either from the community or around the world, we are really, the result of that team was a very diverse, highly talented, and largely distributed team. On paper, it was perfect. A global team, built on merit, built on passion. But today, we are going to talk and look at maybe some of the hidden cost that comes with such a team. Let's meet our characters. So we have Anika. She's based in India. She's the newest team member. She just joined like a few months ago. She's a junior engineer, and she's really super eager to get going, to start to learn and to contribute. But at the same time, she's a bit lost. It's quite intimidating to get into like that team. And it feels like other engineers in her team like really knows what to do. They kind of like have that autonomy and that decision making into like which task they are going to work. And for her, it's a bit like she doesn't really know yet. She doesn't have like that good relationship yet with all her colleagues. And it's hard. Like it's hard to figure out what's important. It's hard also to not get stuck, to ask questions, and so on. She often gets some tasks, but they are quite vague. They are not very well defined, and it requires her to wait for our other team members to get some clarification, ask questions, and so on. Then we have Leo. Leo is based in France. He's a mid-level engineer, and he's been in the team for a couple of years now. He's starting to be at a point in his career where he's ready to step up, take more responsibilities, and also lead some initiatives. However, he struggles because he feels that his voice is not always heard in the team. And why is that? Is that because often like the meetings that matters happen late in his evening. He also has a young kid, as you can see. And it's not easy to balance like young kids, like late evening meetings. It often doesn't work for him. Then finally, we have Sarah. Sarah is based in the US. She's a senior engineer, and she's really like a pro. Like she's a rock star. She's been in the team for 8+ years. And often when you talked about other people, they describe her as like, she knows everything about everything. The tech, the history of the project, you name it, she's really great. What's her problem then? She's swamped. Like her calendar is a nightmare. Everyone needs to talk to her. And honestly, like people are also a bit scared of asking her like simple questions or like anything like this. So we have this diverse, really talented team that is ready to tackle a lot of challenges. On paper, as I said before, it looks really good. But today, I think we're really going to focus towards like some of the challenges that Anika, Sarah, and Leo are facing on their day-to-day. So let's go with Anika. It's 10:30 at night in India, and she's in front of her laptop at her desk, and she's stuck. She's been waiting all day. She's been waiting all day for Sarah to join online, to wake up. because she needs to talk to her. She's really stuck on her task, and she doesn't really understand how to proceed. And since she joined the team, this has become her new normal. She's having a full day of work, and often she has like a night shift to be able to talk with Sarah or other engineers in other time zones. And often it's just a 5-minute chat. She gets unblocked. And, you know, like it's 10:30, she has that 5-minute chat. 11 p.m., she gets ready to go to bed. But as she goes to bed and goes to sleep, she really just can't disconnect, and she can't stop thinking about the problem. Like, she will think about it all night, like, oh, yeah, I need to do this. Sarah told me how to do that, and so on. And so really, like, the cost of that 5-minute conversation at 10:30 is not just 5 minutes. It just continues during all the night and so on, and you have like this mental load growing up for her. What about Leo? So in the team, there is a huge design meeting happening, but it's 7 p.m. in France, and Leo, who's got some really good ideas and has been familiar with the challenge, cannot join. He needs to put his kid to bed, and he has like his family duty. The team meeting happens, a big decision is taken, and Leo, after the fact, reads about it and spots a major flaw in the decision. But at the same time, you know, who is he to challenge like the decision that was made by other team members that are more senior, that have been in the team for longer, and he doesn't really feel like he has the credibility or the authority to speak up. The decision is taken, the team moves on, and after a few months, some issue starts to appear because of like that flaw that Leo spotted. And Leo feels like, you know, his voice was not heard, or he didn't really have the opportunity to, nobody asked him his opinion. So he feels a bit less motivated, less connected to the team, and he starts not to be so passionate about the project anymore. As he works on to fix some of the technical debt that was created by the decisions, he becomes a bit cynical, and he does not really feel responsible for the quality of the work. What about Sarah? As I said before, she's the rock star. But in reality, for the team, she's really the bottleneck. Everything has to go through her. And this really creates a culture where no one else feels like they can actually make a decision. And you know, it becomes like, have you talked to Sarah, or talk to Sarah? She needs to decide that. Nobody challenges her idea, and there is not so much like innovations, or people don't feel like secure enough to bring other ideas than us. And really, like, what for her also, like, she doesn't go on vacation because she feels like she has a lot of responsibility. She's the lead of the team. She needs to bring the projects to have like the projects have like some milestones, some deadlines, and she takes that responsibility, and she takes a lot of that pressure. And the more pressure there is, the more control she wants to take. And she also starts to get some frustrations towards her colleagues and coworkers, like, for not pulling their own weight. She feels like she has to do everything, and if she doesn't do it, it won't be done correctly. So as we've seen with Annika, Leo, and Sarah, like this dream of a global team of all-stars like can quickly turn into a nightmare, like with burnout, bottlenecks, and also wasted talent. So let's try to dig a little bit deeper into those different costs. First, it's really the human cost. Burnout, work-life balance, also attrition, turnover, and loneliness are really like the symptom of that cost. And if we looked at like some survey on like the state of remote work by the website like buffer.com, we really see this like coming back. Like 21% of the people that replied to that survey felt that they were stuck at home, like spending too much time at home. 15% felt lonely, and 11% not being able to unplug. Another cost is really just productivity. So communication is more difficult. Conversations that should happen are not happening. Technical depth is also increasing. And an interesting aspect also is like context switching, on like the time for code reviews and so on. Like, so there was also a study published in the Association for Computing Machinery that really looked at the cost of delayed code review. And as you can see in that table, it's quite high. It was interesting also, they realized that only 13% of pull requests or code reviews that were abandoned were due to technical issues. The big majority of pull requests that are never merged or abandoned comes from the inability of contributors to answer the reviewer questions or like to satisfy the reviewer's like expectations, or just the lack of review, works that is never reviewed. And the final cost is really on like the cultural cost. How within the team or the community or the project you build that culture of trust, cohesion, that psychological safety to challenge ideas or to bring new ideas. And at the same time also like career progression. How like if you're not in the good time zone or if you're not in the good country or so on, how also you progress your career. On this, like there is also like creating like knowledge silos and like not sharing like the informations. And here again, you have like a nice table with some of the types per silos and some like signals and some methods also that you can try to implement. All right, so we saw in that short story, we show like some of the challenges with time zones and a distributed team. And really there are also we can also look at some best practices that we can put in place. First, really, it comes to communication, and really being clear, establish some processes, and spending the time to define how the team or the project is communicating and sharing information. Performance and well-being, like having some clear focus on like what success looks like, and not just like being focused on how many hours you spend, and like trying to promote the flexibility in the work-life balance, letting people know that they can step away from their computer and so. Adaptive leadership is something also very interesting into how managers like have to also evolve and adapt their leadership styles to those environments. And finally, really being intentional also about like building that culture, how you share the information, how you build that trust into the team, and encourage people to speak up. And finally, I think if you have to take something out of those like 15 minutes, it's really the success for distributed team is to be to not so much focus on like the tools, the technology, and so on, but really to be deliberate about like how you design your processes and how you're going to communicate between the team members and so on. That's it. Thank you. And we might have time for 1 or 2 questions if there are.
So maybe I would ask, how would you set up communication between Annika and Sarah?
Yeah, so the question was how to you get Annika to have a good communication with Sarah. I think ideally you try to have Annika to rely less on Sarah, so it removes some of like the load for Sarah, and you have Annika to to have maybe a mentor or buddy in a time zone that is closer to her. So that's what I would try. It's not always possible, but yeah.
To follow on, I think you had one of your sentences saying cultivate documentation. I think that would be good.
Yeah. Yeah, so the comment was also like documentation can play a big role in making sure that there is good documentation for that. Yep.
How you can bind Lego, because it seems to be exactly in the middle of the two time zones, and that would be.
Yes, so for Leo, which was like in the middle, like in Europe, in the middle of two time zones, like how can you also help him and how you can like get him more integrated? I think like being in the middle has like advantages and inconvenience. And I would say like here for me, for Leo, like it's more about like how you empower him to have like a bigger voice and challenge maybe some of like this is more for me like the cultural cost, like trying to make the team and some of like maybe the stronger voices in the team like realize that there are other people in the team that matters and that can take more leadership and so on. And thank you, we're out of time. Thanks.
Good afternoon, everybody. This is Ayushi Midha. I'm a software developer with over 5 years of experience in developing accessible and secure frontends. Today, I will be talking about locking down the PII, why strong frontend is your first defense. Before I start, what is PII? Does anybody know? Okay. So PII stands for Personally Identifiable Information. This is the data through which we can identify, contact, or even locate someone, some individual, directly or indirectly. This is the information which is easily available and beautifully presented on our front end. So I will be discussing how and why we should protect it and how we can protect it. So without any further ado, let's get started. This is going to be the flow of today's talk, starting with why it is essential to secure the front end. Since 2020, not only the attacks on our body increased, the coronavirus attack, and our dependency on digital platforms increased. With that, there was a huge increase in the cyber attacks. They got increased by 105%, leading to shattering your brand identity, user trust. So that's whenever a user visits your website or your any digital application, the way they interact to your database or backend is through frontend. So if your frontend is not secure, no matter how secure is your database, your data is available on threat. So starting with the first one, which is the cross-site scripting attack. This attack happens when a hacker discovers a vulnerability on your website. They embed a malicious script onto your website. Then if a user visits your website, each time they visit, that script gets executed and the hacker is able to fetch all the session cookies and important data. British Airways and eBay are a popular victim of this attack. Traditionally, this attack used to happen by embedding a script in the URL, but now the browsers and the frameworks have become increasingly intelligent, so they stringify everything you put in the URL. But the question still remains, are the modern browsers and modern frameworks are fully secure? The answer is no. Let me show you one example. This is a simple React code where you need to enter your website. That website is getting stored in a React state and getting presented via an anchor tag. No other validation applied, just pure React. So a hacker comes to your website, they enter, instead of entering a valid website URL, he or she is entering a JavaScript script. And when the user clicks on the website, congratulations, XSS attack happened. So how we can protect our web applications from such attacks? The first one and the very basic one is input sanitization. I have heard somewhere, for once you can trust your X, but never trust user input. So apply proper validations, use proper regex, it can make a huge difference. Stay updated with safe coding practices. I have seen a lot of developers without thinking using in a dangerously HTML in their React website, which can lead to a lot of JavaScript, the malicious script in your website. Second one is DOM purify. Most of the modern frameworks stringify all the scripts that gets entered into your website, but if you are using pure JavaScript to avoid cost cutting or anything, you should use this third-party library, DOM purify, to stringify all the data which is getting inserted in your website. It will remove all the executable HTML code if it is getting inputted in your website. Next one, and the very important one, using content security policy headers. So content security policy headers comes with 3 attributes. First is allowed resources. In this, you can specify which all resources are allowed. It should be self. If you are allowing any other images from any other source, you could specify self and whatever is that URL you are allowing. Another one in script nonces. Same with script nonces. You should tell the origin of those scripts, and if you are using some third-party scripts, you should mention that. The very good feature that it provides is report only. This feature you can provide an endpoint with report only. If there is any violation in content security policy headers, those violations will get reported and directed to that endpoint. Now, next attack, iframe injection. How many of you have tried to download some movie, some paid movie or paid course through a website, through an unsecure website? Just a quick show of hand. Nobody. Nice. Yeah, honest people. So, somewhere or the other, we all have been victim of this attack. We visit to an unsecure website, we click on a download, it has like 10 download button, and we end up clicking on one, and that movie or that course never gets downloaded. We get redirected to somewhere else. So firstly, to all those who doesn't know what is an iframe is an HTML element through which you can embed a web page in your current website. So whenever there is a cricket match or a football match, few of the news channel website have a pop-up at the corner of them showing the live cricket match and everything. That comes through an iframe. So what happens is, on your real website, there is some ad or something which is trying to steal your data. On your trusted website, if they are allowing some iframe, they can steal your data. So that is iframe injection attack. How we can protect our website from getting iframe. Suppose you created a website and somebody is using that website on their website. For that, we need to use content security policy iframe frame ancestors. If you don't want to allow your website getting used by on some another page, you should put the value as none. If there is some website which you are allowing, you should specify which website it is. And if your web application is using iframe, which is using a different website on your website, you should use sandbox attribute. This will protect any data getting fetched from the parent. Like if you are using an iframe, that iframe will not be able to steal any data from your website. And another one is permission policy. It is similar to content security policy, but in this you can specify the features. For example, there is an iframe on your website and it is trying to steal the microphone information of the user which is visiting your website, or geolocation or camera. So those kind of features can be disabled using permission policy. Next, and the last one is cross-site request forgery attack. In this attack, it is different from cross-site scripting. Suppose you receive an email, congratulations, jackpot, you won iPhone 17 Pro, or congratulations, you won 2,000 euros. And you click on that email, and some malicious code ran, some API call ran after that. This is that attack. So what happens is, the hacker tracks out your usual website, suppose your social media, your banking website, which you use on your laptop. He or she embeds that API on an email message, and when you click on that message, that action happens. That post API gets called behind the scenes. So why such attacks happen is because of statelessness of HTTP. The backend API is not able to identify how this API got executed through the actual front end or by some other source. User authentication, cookies getting transferred. If you are already logged into that website and that API is getting called from another browser, another website, the backend will not be able to identify the cookies are coming from the same website or from a different website. The cookies get transferred very easily if you are already logged in your laptop. To protect our websites from such threats is by using anti-CSRF tokens. What this token does is, it is different from your normal JWT or login authentication tokens. Whenever there is a post API call, whenever a user logs in, there is a unique anti-CSRF code gets generated. It will be used with every post API. Whenever there is a update action or a new creation action, that token will get sent. It will be a hidden field on the front end side. It will get sent from the front end to the back end, and there will be a continuous comparison. So if somebody is directly using an API, that token will not come, and backend will get to know that this is some malicious code and this is getting called from some another source. Another one and the best option is to use safe site cookies. Whenever we are setting cookies, don't forget to use this attribute as safe site, which is same site as strict. So it will allow only the same origin to send the data or to update any field in the database. If you are aligning, you should use same site lex and you should specify which one is the source which is updating the data. And another one is same site none. This is very unsafe, but you should use secure word with it. So it will allow only the HTTPS request coming to the backend. Now, my final thoughts before I leave the stage. A front-end security is not just a good to have. It is a continuous process. You should keep on working, keep on learning the best practices, and avoiding or overlooking these practices can cause your brand identity, losing your user trust, and a huge damage to your whole brand. That's it from my side. Thank you. Any questions? Yeah, please. Yes, yes. Okay, her question is if we are not using React framework, we are using a web component. Web component is irrespective. A web component is irrespective of a framework. It will work with different frameworks. That is your question? Yes, yes. It's irrespective of a framework. You need to have the proper security headers in your website to handle the request. It's if you have post like update and creation actions, you must use these headers. If you are just fetching the data, still to protect the information, you should. Yeah, welcome. So you also raised your hand?
Yeah, I was just going to ask about, we of course we've seen in Red Hat level, like, a lot of us are creating random front end run services. Seen a lot of these
So could you please repeat your question? Okay, so study HTTP headers. So his question is if I can suggest any tools to make the users, people who are developing websites, more secure. So the first and the most important is to study HTTPS header. I was able to cover very few. There are many. And as we are evolving, a lot of more features and more vulnerabilities are coming. So the best practice is to study the HTTP headers. Most of the vulnerabilities will get protected by using the correct header. Okay, you're talking about automation. Yeah, that I'm not aware about. We do the manual stuff.
I was wondering if CSRF could be occurring on any sort of REST API as well. So can CSRF occur on REST API as well?
Yeah, the post actions, the put actions. Those are part of REST API, post, put, get. Yeah, it's, yeah. Yeah. Okay, thank you. Yeah, we are out of time. If you want to connect, we can connect after this. Thank you.
So, hi. Welcome to my presentation. I am Wojciech Strefny. I have a talk with this very long name, but it can be shortened to basically Packet Appreciation Talk, because Packet is great, and I think more people should be using it. So, who am I? I'm actually not a Packet developer. I am working in Red Hat in a team called Storage Management, and we are just Packet users. And as I said, I think Packet is great. We are very happy with it, and I hope by telling you how we are using it, I will inspire some of you to also use it, or maybe we will find some new use cases. Our team is in a kind of special position because we are both upstream and downstream for basically all of our projects. So we control both the upstream GitHub repositories and the Fedora and Terrell packages. And we are trying to use automation, continuous integration, wherever it's possible to basically make the maintenance both upstream and downstream easier. We are a small team, we have a lot of stuff, and Packet is really great for that. So how we use Packet? We are using it for both manual and automated testing in our upstream projects, and for automation in downstream, which means Fedora dist-git. This includes doing some builds in Copper, daily builds on pull requests, some that we use for our various CI jobs, and the automation in Fedora dist-git for releases, updates, and this stuff. Also, as I said, our team is called Storage Management, and that means we are providing some management APIs for storage for other projects. We have a lot of users, for example, Cockpit or Anaconda, and when we work with them, and we are fixing bug for them or providing new feature or basically just asking them to test something, the first question from them is, oh, how can I test it? Give me an RPM package. And Packet is great for that. We can just send them the repo created by Packet and they can use it directly. So to the specific use cases that Packet does for us. First is daily builds in Copper. It's daily in quotation marks because basically for every commit that is merged to the upstream repo, the Packet does an automatic Copper build. As I said, because we also control the upstream, this is very simple for us. We have spec files and Packet configuration in the upstream GitHub repository, but that's not necessary with GitHub. It helps, but there are some stuff that you can do with a Packet even if you don't control the upstream. On all these slides, on the right side, I have a small piece of Packet configuration code. It's a standard YAML file. You don't really need to understand it right now. It just shows how very simple it is. This six lines of YAML is basically everything we need to do to create daily builds in Copper repository. As I said, if something is committed to the upstream repository, it's built in this Copper project. Very simple. And as I said before, these daily builds are then used for testing across all our projects that depends on each other and for some other projects that depend on us. So Copper builds for pull requests. This is very similar to the daily builds, but for every pull request created, Packet automatically does a build in Copper. This time it's a temporary Copper repository. I think that stays up for like 7 or 14 days or something like that. And it, again, very simple, helps with testing. It's just a simple smoke test that's like, okay, the RPM package still builds after the changes you made. You didn't forget to add some build requires to spec file or whatever. And we can also take the repository and give it to the user or bug reporter and says, yeah, we prepared fix. If you want to test it, here's a Copper repository for you. But that's not the only testing that Packet does for us. The second part of the very long name of the presentation mentioned Fedora Testing Farm, which is Fedora CI, not used not only in Fedora, but also in CentOS and other places. And Packet can basically run tests in Testing Farm as well. Packet creates the RPM packages. Using the Testing Farm API, creates the VM that is needed for testing, installs the packages just created from that, and run the test there. Again, the configuration is very simple. Just in this case, only 5 lines, and it will automatically run tests on pull requests in latest stable Fedora, latest Fedora for the pull request using the APIs from testing farm. This is very nice, especially for our projects, because storage is really hard to test in containers. We need VMs. In containers, we can't really do anything else than running unit tests. So with testing farm, we can run tests on VMs provided by testing farm. And it doesn't need any additional configuration. It uses the standard testing farm TMT configuration. So we can also use testing farm directly with the TMT CLI, run the tests locally. We don't have special configuration just for package CI. Also very nice. So reverse dependency testing. If you are Rail package maintainer, you probably heard about reverse dependency. This basically means that you want to run test suites of the projects that depend on your project. As I said, we provide a lot of APIs for other projects, and we want to be sure that the changes we made don't break their use cases. This is something that was started by Cockpit project. They actually contacted us a few years ago and said, hey, here's the configuration. This will basically run Cockpit test suite on UDisks, which is one of our projects. And it will make sure that you don't keep breaking the API we are using. And the configuration for this is a little bit more complicated this time, but it's still very easy for what it does. You basically need to tell it, hey, this completely different GitHub repository, I want you to take that and run the tests that are somehow defined in it. We are using it, as I mentioned, with Cockpit, but also with our projects that depend on each other. And it takes the same package configuration, same Fedora testing farm or TMT configuration, and the copy repositories we built, takes the package built from the pull request, install it there, downloads the repository of the reverse dependency, runs the tests, make sure that everything works. It's really simple and really nice. So this was the building part in upstream, but the biggest part that Packit is probably known for is the downstream automation in Fedora. Building packages, updating packages in Fedora is not that complicated, but it's not also very simple and straightforward. With Packit and this quite simple configuration, all it takes is I make an upstream release, I do a git tag, and then everything else that's needed to do in Fedora can be automated. Packit detects the new release, new git tag, creates a Koji build, or in our case, it creates pull requests in Pagure, in Fedora dist-git. You can decide yourself what is best for your use case. For some of our packages, we don't really want updating some older versions of Fedora. The screenshot on the right on the top, I basically decided, yeah, I don't want to push this newest version to Fedora 40 or 41 because there are some backwards incompatible changes. So I just close the pull request there and merge only the pull requests for newer versions of Fedora. And then everything else is automated. After merging the pull requests, Koji build is run. And for versions where Bodhi is active, Bodhi is also triggered and automatically creates a Bodhi update. And everything I just mentioned is not only on Fedora. We are also using it for some RHEL and CentOS stream development automation. In our case, we have special branches in upstream for CentOS stream or RHEL development, and we are doing pull requests there as well. And Copper can help us with making sure that we backported everything correctly. It runs the tests, again, does the RPM builds. And it's not just the Fedora/RHEL CentOS ecosystem. An hour ago, probably, there was a talk from the actual Packit team and some OpenSUSE developers that they recently added support for using Packit together with Open Build Service for building OpenSUSE packages. So if you are interested in that, I strongly recommend watching the recording for that talk. And there are a lot more interesting stuff that I don't have time to mention. Packit has a CLI tool. If you need to build RPM locally, you don't need to create pull requests. You can just tell Packit to build the RPM locally, and you have RPM without needing to play with mock or something. OpenScan Hub, which is static analysis tool, was added like for me completely randomly. One day I created a new pull request, and it was scanned by OpenScan Hub without me changing any configuration. And that can be also triggered manually with the Packit CLI. So if you want to make sure that you didn't break anything without actually creating a pull request, you can just tell Packit to scan your changes, and it will send it to OpenScan Hub and create an OpenScan Hub scan for you automatically. So yes, as I said, Packit is great. If you are a package maintainer in Fedora or even upstream developer who works in like Fedora/RHEL ecosystem, consider checking it, maybe trying some of the features. The integration with testing farm helps a lot. It's just a CI done basically for free, and the dist-git automation saves a lot of time. For if you are Fedora developer, a Fedora packager, you don't even need to work with the upstream at all. You can just use Packit to automate the Koji builds and the body updates if you want. So thank you. If you want more information about Packit, there are some links for Packit. If you are interested in how we are using it, you can check our GitHub and see the Packit configuration files where the snippets were all from. So thank you, and if you have any questions. Yes, as I said, we are also upstream, both the upstream and downstream. The question was, what happens when the Packit build fails? Who is supposed to fix that? In our case, we are on both ends of upstream and downstream, so it's always us. If you are just the Fedora maintainer, then you need to identify whether the problem is in Fedora. You need to update the spec file or something. Then it's your problem. Or if it's something, if it's a bug in upstream, then you need to contact upstream, and the same way you would with any bugs. Okay, any other question? No problem, we have time.
How much time does it save you by focusing on Fedora packet, fixing bugs up there? I mean, before it got around, big speed up.
The question is how much time it saves, and with Fedora and RHEL development and bugs. Yeah, especially the downstream automation for doing the Fedora builds. That's like doing one build is maybe an hour if I need to do everything manually, usually forgetting to create the body updates and stuff like that. So that saves a lot of time. And in upstream, we are using it as a CI, so can't tell if that really saves time. It definitely saves time because we don't have to fix bugs, but it's the same way as any other CI. This way is just easier to set up for me. And we are out of time, so thank you for your attention.
Yes, on purpose. Okay. Hello. Hi, everybody. Today we're going to talk about 5.5 things that you can do about imposter syndrome. My name is Nicole Wilker. I am an Agile practitioner within the hybrid platform area. And my disclaimer is I'm not an expert, but I certainly am very familiar with this topic. So when I say imposter syndrome, what words come to mind? Yell them out. Fraud, fear, I don't know what, not enough, nice. Yes, you do, yes, you do.
It's coincidence.
Nice. Oh, nice, okay. Nice, I like it. All right, so a lot of what you said we covered with you doubt your own skills, whether or not you've proven that you have them. You have a fear of being exposed as a fraud, even though you're not. You're all brilliant, you're all here, you're all fully capable of the job that you do. And then you don't deserve what you've earned. And that's what is in your head. So imposter syndrome, or nowadays they're moving into the word phenomenon, because you're not sick. There's nothing that can cure it. It's just, it's how you're feeling. It's what's inside you. It's misunderstanding what is coming through you. They did research in the 70s. About 80 to 90% of all people, doesn't matter if you're green or a male or a female or a non-binary, everybody up to about 90% does have this phenomenon. There's a few different types of imposter syndrome. We have our expert. So that's when you feel, if I don't know everything about this topic, then I haven't done enough. We have our perfectionist, which I kindly call 120%. So if they can't go above and beyond and have a completely done thing, they are not secure in what they've completed. We have our natural genius. So these are folks that things just, they're able to do them. And I'm usually in awe of these people. But when they come across a thing that is new to them, that is different, that is hard to complete, it just kills them. They can't understand what is wrong with them. And there's nothing wrong with them. There's nothing wrong with any of you. We have our soloists, those that don't want to ask for help for fear of, if they do, they might be thought of as less. And then we have our superhero. They want to do everything all the time. They don't trust anybody else to do it, and they just want to complete it. Anybody feeling any of these titles? A couple of them? Maybe, yeah? A little bit? Yeah. Cool. Me too. All right, so let's talk about what we can do. First off, it's all in your head. It's not real. It's that soundtrack, that little devil sitting here telling you terrible things about yourself. It's not true. Just because you think it doesn't make it so. So just remember, it's a thought. You can thank it. Thank you for coming by. Please carry on. Go to somebody else's head now. Okay? All right. All right. The next thing is the feeling. So similar to your head, just because you feel it doesn't make it so. If you feel bad about something you didn't accomplish, you didn't know, you were unable to complete, you are not a bad person. Just because you're disappointed in what you've completed or what you've put out into the world doesn't mean that you personally are a disappointment. And then the other thing to think about for how you're feeling is it's a the word has now failed me, the thing, so the inside feeling of it's just your body responding to where you are. Again, it's not true. It's okay to say, I don't know. Nobody's gonna come after you. The dictionary police are not coming. Lean into it. Be a lifelong learner. If there's something that in a scenario you didn't know, learn it after. Find somebody that knows more than you. Read a book. Go to a talk. Just find a way to increase your knowledge, and it's okay that you didn't know it at the time, but you're going to know it later. Curiosity keeps you young. That's why I look so refreshed. Just kidding. All right. You don't have to be 120%. 80% is usually good enough to get you to where you need to be. And if you do need that 100%, you can get to it in a little bit, or through our lifelong learning, or by expanding what you know or who you know. So just don't strive for perfection. Embrace it when you get there. Appreciate it if someone else has it or you think they do, because they probably don't think they do either. Right? Okay. Next up, be the ally. So we said about 80 to 90% of people are feeling imposter syndrome at any one time. You will never feel imposter syndrome your whole life. You will learn what you need to do. You will become more experienced in the topic that you are using. And at that point, be the ally in the room. Is there someone else suffering? Can you give them a hand? Can you answer the question for them? Can you offer to be a mentor? Can you offer to support this person and bring them up a level? Talk about how great they are at X, Y, and Z so that they don't have to talk about themselves. You can do it for others. Others can do it for you. So be the change, be the ally, and be the person you want someone to be for you. So we talked about 80 to 90% of the population. We've got Albert Einstein. We've got Wolfgang Puck. We've got Michelle Obama. Serena, the tennis pro. The name of a Slovak cyclist, which I cannot pronounce. Tadej Pogačar. So he admitted. What? Yeah, did I get it? Thank you. Somebody wrote it in phonetics for me. So this person has come out and said they have imposter syndrome as well, and they are a famous cyclist. Like, how is that possible? So just know that you're not alone. There's plenty of people that are feeling the same thing you're feeling, but at different times in their life. Have a board. So this is my desktop support system. This is what I have at home. Make an option and a choice of people in your life. And these people can come and go. They can be people you talk to a lot on a daily basis, or not very often. But have different people that you can go to for the different things that you need in your life to make you get that much better. Whether it's your expert in a topic, whether it's the person you go to that always tells you you're great, and the other person is fat and ugly, because that's the best way to be. If there's somebody that can be your sponsor, that can be in the room that you aren't in. Have a number of different people. They change over time. You go to them with whatever happens to be top of mind, and also be on somebody else's board. You don't have to do it alone. Keep a list of accomplishments. These are two of mine. You might notice they're a little different. One is I climbed Mount Kilimanjaro. The other is I tied a piece of string around the world's largest ball of twine. To me, both are amazing accomplishments, and they're mine. I'm sharing them with you today, but for you, so Thursdays, I have a calendar event. Every Thursday, what have I done in the last week? It could be I got the laundry done. It could be I put together a presentation that I did in front of Matt. I've never done that. But you could have. So keep a list of all the things that you've done. What this allows you to do is to remember that you're great. You've done some really amazing things. When your boss says, "What have you done for me lately?" I don't know. Well, now you have a list, and you can go back through it. You can find the things to pull out that you wish to share. Remember to go over your resume. This is what you've accomplished throughout your life until today. That's great. That's fantastic. Look at all that you've done. Take the time to appreciate what you have and what you've done, and keep that list and review it. So we talked about the different things that you can do with imposter syndrome. One, fact versus thoughts and feelings. So it's in your head, it's in your tummy, it's not real. Welcome it, thank it for coming by, and then send it on its way. It's fine. Have your pit crew, your desktop support team, your personal board. Be the change, send it forward. Know your value, keep track of your accomplishments. Be realistic about what you know and where you want to go. And the plus is don't forget to breathe. If you're feeling stressed out, you're feeling not enough, just take a minute. And you're good. So thank you. I appreciate all of you. Anybody have a story to tell or a question? Oh, I see a hand. There's a lot of words. Okay. When you have too much to do and it's causing you stress and imposter syndrome, what do you do about that? Okay, so if you went to Matka's talk this morning where she talked about a backlog, first is make your list. What are all the things that you need to do? Can you prioritize that list? Can you decide what's most important today, this minute, today, this hour? And move through them as you're able to do it. And if you need to ask for help on prioritization, do that. I'm an agilist, so I'm going to say something's going to have to give, right? Somebody has to go out of the backlog. So find somebody to help you understand what you can not do and still be successful. Fair? Okay. Anybody else? All right. Well, thank you, everybody. Thanks for coming. Appreciate you.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. Today I'm going to quickly talk about a free software project I've been working on that's called Munin, also known as Identity, with the goal of supporting dementia care, palliative care, and in general trying to improve the healthcare system. So first of all, a bit about me. I'm Sofia Aritz. I'm one of the Youth Hacking for Freedom 2024 winners, which is a programming competition that the FSFE organizes for teenagers. And I've been a free software advocate for as long as I can remember. And I've always been interested in interoperability, decentralization, and I always try to implement these core concepts into the projects I work on. So, what's Munin? Munin is a platform that helps you store your personal heritage. We'll get more into what that means later, with the premise that only you can access those memories, but you are also able to establish some trustees who might access your memories or a subset of them under your own terms so that they can be integrated into things like palliative or dementia care. So what's personal heritage? Personal heritage is the collection of memories, experiences, moments that make up your life, that make up who you are. All of these different kinds of items that compose your personal heritage have 4 things in common. All of them have some actions. For example, right now I'm giving a talk. They have a context. I'm in Brno in DevConf 2025. You have a relationship with them. For example, I'm excited and I'm happy about being able to give this talk. And then there's some sensory details, which might be, for example, pictures of this happening, the slides, the recording that's taking place, all of these things. Different kinds of things have different focus. For example, if you're trying to store data related to a place, you're more interested, for example, in where is this place. If you're trying to store data about an event that takes place, you are more interested in with whom did you speak with, what conversations did you have, to which talks did you go to. If you are, for example, storing data about a song, you're more interested in about who does this song remind you of, or what do you feel when you are listening to this song. So now you might be wondering, how is this useful? What can we use this for? Storing your personal heritage is something that allows you to first reflect on key moments in your life, nothing new. Diaries have been around since forever. And it also allows you to explore your memories in a well-organized way. So far, nothing new. But here's where the trustee system takes the role. Munin allows your trustees to access this subset of information so that you can enhance medical care for conditions such as dementia, integrate your memories into palliative care, but there's an unlimited number of use cases, both in healthcare, outside of healthcare, that we can come up with and start brainstorming. So for example, if we were talking about what's taking place right here, DevConf, then there will be the actions like I just mentioned about attending and hosting this workshop, the workshop yesterday, analyzing about the context around this and the relationship I have with this. So for example, the whole idea of Munin is that you can store this data in a structured way so that you later can analyze it and integrate it into other systems. So for example, even though this event entry kind is a bit bare bones, we already have a feelings section where you can select your feelings and later filter through them so that you can generate subsets and all of these things. So this is what allows you to explore your memories in a well-organized way. Let's put the example of dementia care, which is what I've been talking about for a while. If this. Okay. So there's been studies that have shown that music therapy intervention that is integrating music into some kind of therapeutical context with biographical relevance, so that it's not just any song, but some song that it's specifically tailored to you, that has been part of your childhood, of your adulthood, of any kind of part of your life, improves the well-being of the patients. And some even suggest further improvements, but that's still being debated. So how can Munin help with this? We can, for example, automatically create personalized playlists based on all of the music and album entries with a positive relationship. And you don't need to go and take the last FM or Spotify account of this friend or family member and try to go through their playlist, guessing what this makes them feel, but rather you have this information in one place. So now, with this in mind, you might be wondering, how does this trustee system work? You are saying that I can allow access to some subset of memories under certain circumstances, right? So what we want is to have a contract. This is a contract that you are saying, okay, when I end up, if I end up developing dementia or Alzheimer's, or if I die, or if this or that happens to me, I want you to inherit this data. I want you to be able to use this data. Now there's the big question, how do we enforce this contract? And that's what we've been thinking of for the last few 6 months. How can we do this? We've been playing around with some central authorities, with manual reviewers, some kind of re-encryption of a subset of data, and then the encryption keys get sent out and everything. But this is an unsolved problem, sadly, because what we're trying to do is bridge the real world with the technological world, and that's a very difficult thing to do. So something that we've been exploring has been talking with some healthcare institutions, mostly in southern Spain, and seeing how governments do interoperability so that we can, for example, establish a central authority that you may allow some kind of access that they can say, okay, indeed this person has developed dementia. So in this contract, you will have this central authority being able to say, okay, now this contract is into place because this person trusts us to establish this condition, and indeed, this has happened. Now you have access to this subset of data. But as I've said, this is an unresolved problem that we're still working on it, and we'd love to have you as someone who may help us. So if you think this project could really make a difference and improve the healthcare system and improve the lives of the people, and if you know or have been trying to bridge tech and the real world, or if you have any interest in decentralization, federation, all of these things, then I'd love to talk with you, and I'd love to see what are your thoughts on this so that we hopefully can make the world a better place step by step. Thank you. Any questions?
I have a question too. You said it's like, you don't have to go through Spotify or lots of them playlists, but it feels like that's where people would kind of record this information about, do I like the song, do I not like the song, by just clicking thumbs up or thumb down. So what makes you think that people will actually want to use some other application or some other system to record all their feelings and all these things separately from what they are actually already using, or what is it?
So, okay, why will people find this valuable when they already are able to on other platforms, just like a song, and not have to go through the hassle of going to another platform and establishing and everything? I have two thoughts on this. First, these kind of platforms, like for example Spotify, you can only say I like or I don't like a song. when there's more nuance to this. There's a song, you may think of someone, you may think of some place, so this kind of nuance is not registered. And on the other hand, you don't necessarily need to go out of the platform. You may integrate Spotify, Last.fm, Libre.fm into Munin so that this data gets automatically pulled through, and you just have to, if you want, add an additional metadata on top of this, explaining what does this make you feel, what person comes to mind when you are thinking of this song, what places come to mind when you're doing this. So I think that will be my answer. Yeah. Questions? Yeah? Thank you.
I don't say this often, but this looks like a perfect application for language models because of the data entry. Because it sounds to me like entering all that stuff manually is rather tedious, right? And you would end up just not doing it.
Mm-hmm.
Selecting. But it would be much easier to say, well, today was a beautiful day. I did this. I heard this song, and have something else translated into the whatever the database is showing.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, the question is, have you thought about it, or have you any plan to integrate this with LLMs, or do you think it's a bad idea?
Yeah. So whether have I thought of integrating LLMs into this system to improve the data entry and the recording of the feelings and all of this. I have done some experiments with machine learning. Within the scope of this project, there's also a smaller project that's more of a sandbox to try out experiments. So I have done some work with machine learning, mostly with the focus of you being able to write down your thoughts and from that being able to suggest which feelings that this evoke. But I have not yet explored this idea further, but it's something that I will be open to trying out. Yeah. I hope that answers. Yeah. Okay. Any other questions? Yeah. Thank you. Mm-hmm.
And I'm not sure if you took into account how that could make the trustee feel about themselves. Like, oh, fuck, I got this totally situation wrong like 10 years ago or something like that. And I don't know.
All right.
It's complex, but it's beautiful and interesting. I don't know. I just wanted
Okay.
you to have thought of that.
Okay, thank you. So about whether have I thought about how the trustees may feel having access to this data, right? So I think that's a matter of the owner of the data. It's their decision. You are able to share either all of your memories if you want to, or just a subset of them. So I think this is a really personal question. If you want your trustee to know at some point that they fucked up, you're able to. And if you don't want to, then you just don't add it. So I know people that when someone passed away, they gave their diaries to them, and indeed there's a lot of things that they got wrong and everything, but the person who put on their will that they want them to have the diaries had this in mind, and they wanted that to happen. So that's more of a really individual and personal question, and I would say that from a platform level, we just have as much granularity as possible to allow you to add this or not, whether you feel like it. Yeah, I hope that answered. Okay, thank you. Any other questions? No? Okay, so thank you very much, and have a nice day.
Okay. So hi, everyone. My name is Arnav Bhati, and I'm a part of Germany Consulting Services team. And what I really do is I just think about automation, Ansible, and how we could implement it at any customer, from being startups to enterprises. And today we'll be talking about Ansible CodeBot. But before even jumping into it, I would like to know, out of all of you, how many of you are Ansible developers or have played or written any playbooks? Oh, that's great. Now, let's just have a quick poll and give me a shout out. Whenever you make a pull request or whenever you do some code changes, how tedious it is for your other colleague to actually verify the code before even merging it into your main branch. Do you guys really feel that, yeah, it's like an additional workload, we are already working on tickets, we have the code, now someone has to actually review it. Okay, and now what if I tell you that this Ansible CodeBot can at least solve this particular problem? So this particular talk is all about the CodeBot. I'll try to show you the demo. I know the time is limited, but I will definitely try. So that's the quick agenda. We would do the intro, challenge, demo, next steps, and the Q&A. Okay, so I've been at DevConf, and every other presentation or every other talk is about AI, AI, AI. But in this world of AI, let's not forget that we have a lot of applications which are intelligent. So we also have IA, which is currently existing and is currently highly utilized. And this CodeBot is one of, I would consider it as an intelligent application which makes your lives easy. You being a developer, tester, or a PM, you need certain automation at certain level through which you do not have to do things on your own. You get to see the report and you see and take decisions based on that. So what exactly is CodeBot? It's an offering by Red Hat Ansible Lightspeed with IBM Watson Xcode Assistant. So it's a part of this entire ecosystem. And today so it has three main pillars. So first of all, the creation. So Lightspeed is like the AI tool through which you could generate playbooks. You could just give a prompt and your playbook would be ready. Then you can adapt for the content sourcing. And today we are mainly focusing on the maintaining part. After the code is ready, who is going to take care of it? Let's assume that we are migrating our old Ansible playbooks which were written 3, 4, 5 years ago, and with the modules which are deprecated now. Now, would you really want to rewrite all the code again? Or would you like some assistance in place which could help you with this particular migration? Okay, tell me yes, no, we don't care. Okay. So this CodeBot, what exactly it does is, let's assume you have your playbook, which is simply doing simple tasks, right? Installing Nginx or configuring Nginx, and you have written it. Now, in this particular slide, do you see the playbook and what do you feel about it? Is it nice? Is it good? Is it bad? Can you read it first of all? Okay. So do you think it's good? But now if I tell you, if I run an Ansible linter or a testing case against this particular playbook, it would give me certain errors, for sure. Because the linter, what it does is, it tells you the best practices or the good practices which you should follow to make your code very well maintained. And this is what the CodeBot does for you. So it's like whatever roles you have, complexity, inventory, whatever you have been defining, it tells you that, okay, these are the best practices, and it applies it for you. So that's the beauty of it. That's the workflow. So you could trigger this particular CodeBot manually, or you could schedule it like a cron job that, hey, this is my Git repository. Please run my Ansible CodeBot on a weekly basis, or on a monthly basis, or whenever there is a merge to my main branch. Then this particular CodeBot scans your selected Git repositories. You can either select Git repositories, or you can say, hey, these are my 10, 15, 20 repositories. Scan all of them and do the things for me. And then it creates a PR on your behalf. So what you have to do is just review it, look at it, and say either approve or deny. That's all. And then you could see all of this on the UI. So I'll try to show it in action very quickly. So this is basically a bot which is trying to maintain the code. And this is how exactly it looks like. So on the left side of the screen, you would see that the bot has automatically removed certain things and added the best practices or the good things which are available right now. So for example, we all use this template called as debug. But the proper way of writing it, or the Ansible linter says that you should always use the full entire module name, like ansible.builtin.debug. Or let's say if you're using any role or collection from community, you just define, okay, copy, and then you define the tasks beneath it. But the proper way is you should define community dot and etc. with the proper namespace. So this is where this particular code bot helps you to identify these things and to remediate it and to do it for you, so that you can relax, innovate, and do whatever you want. Okay, and now, yes, that's one of my favorite quotes from Linus Torvalds, that talk is cheap, show me the code. So let me quickly show you how this particular code bot works. So first of all, let me show you this playbook. Is it visible, readable? Okay. Now again, looking at it from the plain eye of sight, do you think anything is wrong with this particular playbook? Any wild guesses, anything? Okay. 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 Okay, no worries, but that's perfectly fine. Now, can you rewrite this code for me? Can you rewrite this code for me? If I say I don't have time, can you please help me in fixing this code? Okay, but even if I tell you that you don't even need to spend your few minutes on your own, what I have to do is I would just install the code bot on my repository. Of course, you would need a Red Hat account to this to log in and to configure it and to install it. And then once you install this, this is the code bot UI. And what I've done is for my own repositories, I have enabled it for all my repositories. So over here, what you see are all my repositories. And this is the one which we are using. So I have triggered them manually at the moment. But if I go in, these were my last triggers. And if I click on the pull request, so this code bot actually analyzed, and whatever you mentioned, that it is missing all these things, file, message. So it has already made my life easy and your life easy and saved us a few minutes or hours. These are just 2 playbooks, but let's assume that you are running it on an entire collection, or you are running it over a huge repo which is maintaining your entire infrastructure. That is where it would save a lot of time for you. So if you look at it, from the naked eye, we saw, okay, that playbook was fine, but this is something which is aligning to the good practices of Ansible. And that's what it does for me. So let's do one thing. Let's do a quick test. If I run it now, keeping and hoping that internet works and we do not face any issues and our plan A works. Okay, let's refresh it. Okay, it's running, perfect. So now you would see, it has already created a PR before. It would not create a new PR unless it finds new changes in it. So it's not duplicating also the PRs. So that's why I called it as an intelligent helping hand for developers or for testers, which keeps me being sure that my Ansible code is properly maintained. Okay, let's quickly refresh. Oh, the new PR is ready. If I click on it, it's the same PR with the same recommendations. And now it's up to me whether if I want to take these particular changes for me, or if I want to just say no, I want to write it on my own. So this is about the Ansible code bot, what exactly it does, the changes which you could see. So, yep, coming back to our slides. Yep. So, it simply create the playbooks and, oh, we had this, right? Okay. Yeah, just in case I thought the demo and the internet wouldn't work, I recorded it as well to be on a safer side. But let's go on the next slide. Okay. And now if you would want to play with it, there are certain resources which are available for you, you could simply use the CodeBot user guide and see it's just like it takes 5 to 10 minutes to simply install it and play with it, not more than that. And then if you have any other questions around Ansible, automation, or CodeBot, feel free to connect with me, I would say. And yep, Q&A. We did it in time. Okay. Sure, please go ahead. Yep.
So one question is how much it is configurable. For example, I have a big code base where I want to only replace module names with fully qualified module names. Is it possible to only set one rule and say open PRs only for this rule?
The back end of CodeBot, okay, so the question is to all the audience, can we configure or modify the usage of this CodeBot to actually just say that I just want to use it for the fully qualified names and not for anything else? So the answer is, I would say, at the moment, it's not you cannot modify it in such a way, but what you could do is in your code base, you have Ansible linter, where you could define all these rules. But I would really want to understand from you, like, if it's giving you more suggestions, then in my opinion, that would be helpful for you. So if you would have to modify it, we would have to play with it and see which files. Maybe because the back end of this particular tool is written in, using lint and molecule. So maybe we could do some configuration as well, but I'm not sure at the moment.
So it is based on my Ansible lint configuration and what it won't touch the things that I ignore.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. And I had another question that I need to support older Ansibles, like Ansible 2.9, the trans on RHEL 8, and does it work with syntax of older Ansibles, like Ansible 3.9?
Yes, it works. It also tells you that if you're using a deprecated module, what's the new one? So it would create a PR for you with the new one as well. So this is where I would say in terms of migration, in terms of when you want to migrate your older code to the newer code base, this would be a helping tool for you for sure. Oh, welcome. Yep, yes please.
Any way to use those very fantastic tools outside of GitHub? If I don't have GitHub, I have my own Git repository that cannot be public for reasons.
You can definitely use it for, okay. So the question is, can you use this particular tool for your private repositories? Yes, you can, but this tool has just one limitation. It's only available on GitHub. So for your private and for your public repository. And on GitHub Enterprise Cloud.
You know, you just told us what the components are of the tool. Might be a way to create similar functionality for another product of GitHub, another Git repository style.
Absolutely, we are open source. So any tool which could do this, why not? Of course.
But nothing pre-existing.
Yeah. Yeah. So right now it's just for GitHub. Okay, any other questions, guys? Okay. Okay, then no more questions. I would say thank you all for attending and have a great day at DevConf. Okay, bye-bye.
Okay, well, hello everyone, welcome. My name is Sebastián Guarino. Today I'm going to talk about how I hacked a Wi-Fi lamp. First of all, a little bit about me. I studied electronics engineer. I also study a bit about embedded systems. And I always work in security-related positions, sometimes building things and other times breaking them. My actual position is principal system administrator in Red Hat, specifically in pipeline security. Well, let's introduce a bit what I'm going to show. By lamps, I'm referring to this kind of lightning bulbs. Nowadays, they come with LEDs and Wi-Fi connection, so you can operate them using the vendor application. And also, they can be integrated with Alexa, Google Assistant. You can also integrate it with local solutions like Home Assistant and other ones that support it. So I bought a couple of lamps of the same model and brand. And the goal of this talk is to open them after use it and try to retrieve sensitive information from them. After opening it, we can identify, for example, in this model of lamp, it could apply to any other. We can identify a main board, which is the one on the right. It also has a secondary board soldered on it on the top. We can see that that secondary board has a Wi-Fi marking there, so that's a clue that something interesting is there. I desoldered it. I also removed the metal case. The readings on the metal case is something that could be interesting for searching things on the internet. And inside the breadboard, we can identify two main components. One is the system on chip, and the other one is a crystal oscillator. The crystal oscillator is a 26 megahertz crystal, and the SOC is a ESP8285 in this case. This is something we are going to use later. By searching the readings on the secondary board, which is the breadboard, I was able to confirm that it's publicly available for sale. I also found the pinout of the device, so this is useful for soldering things there and try to interact with the device. By looking information about the system on chip, the manufacturer provides the datasheet. Is available. And the important thing I found on the datasheet is that it's very similar to the ESP8266, which I'm very familiar with. It uses the same software development kit. It needs a power supply of 3.3 volts. And the power consumption is above the 70 milliampere. Another important thing is that it provides a 1 megabyte flash. All these things we are going to use it later. The only main difference of this device against the ESP8266 is that this device is designed for use in lamps, and it supports more high temperatures because they are very close to the LEDs. Okay, now we are going to cut the wire of the domestic power supply, and we are going to try to power the device using two wires. I soldered two wires in the breadboard, one in the breadboard, and in the case of the ground, I was able to find another more comfortable place to solder it in the board, so no need to do it more difficult. So now we are ready to power the device on. I powered it using a regulated power supply. I was able to confirm that it's consuming like 70 milliamperes. And after a while, a new Wi-Fi network appeared. This is because I shut down the previous Wi-Fi I configured for the initial configuration of the device, and the device is publishing a new network for initial configuration because it couldn't connect to the previously configured Wi-Fi network. So the next step is to solder signals to communicate with the device. The device supports a serial communication. So we need to solder one wire for the transmission and the other for the reception. To communicate with my computer, I used a USB serial converter, which is the one on the right. This type of devices provides from the side of the computer a serial device that is commonly detected for any common operating system. Another thing to note is that the receive and the transmit signal need to be crossed. So the transmit signal on the device needs to be connected to the receive signal on the converter, and the other way with the other two. So I connected the lines, and I use it as an application, a terminal application in the computer, the screen command, which is very common and is available on every Linux distro. For my surprise, I didn't get any output. I tried every common baud rate, but I wasn't able to detect any output. So I was able to connect the oscilloscope to see the frequency of the signal. However, I switched back to the datasheet to read a little bit more about it. And when the crystal oscillator is at 26 MHz, there is a big note on the manufacturer that is saying that the baud rate will be 74,880 BPS. It's a wide baud rate, but it's something that we could give a try. So here comes set serial the rescue. Set serial is a command that also comes with almost any Linux distro that permits to configure the serial driver. And in between these features, it also supports to set a custom baud rate. You need to do some math because you need to calculate how close you can go to the target baud rate, and I was able to set it as 76,000 BPS. And with this configuration, I was able to get output on the serial. So let me get down. Well, here is the output of the console. Some things interesting is that it's confirming that it has a 1 megabyte flash. And there are some readings from the firmware. And one important thing we are going to use later is the software development kit version, which is 3.3. Sorry, it doesn't scroll there, but well, believe me, there is a reading about the version of the software development kit. The last two config lines we need to solder is the enable and the IO0. Those are needed for to tell the device to boot into programming mode. The enable is enable low means reset the device, and IO0 low means boot into programming mode. So the way to use these two signals is keep IO0 low and reset the device by setting the enable low. The way I configured this is I used two push buttons, one for each signal, and by keeping pressed the IO0 low, I just used the other push button to reset the device. So by doing this, there is another tool from the vendor which is called ESP tool, and it comes packaged as a Fedora package. I'm not sure about any other distro. And with this command, I was able to download all the content of the memory in a binary file on the PC. However, when I tried to detect the partitions on the binary file, I wasn't able to detect any partitions. I used to detect partitions on other ESP devices, so I'm not sure about why. Probably it has a custom partition, or it doesn't have a partition at all. I tried also with the winwalk command, which is a very common tool to find things on a binary file. And didn't get any, I got very few results with that command. I gave a try also to the strings command, and that command throws so many results that it's not practice to use it. So I dig a bit more in the software development kit. start reading the exact version that comes with the firmware. And one interesting structure is this one, which is supposed to store the Wi-Fi network name and the Wi-Fi password, between other things. For the network name, the length of the buffer is 32 bytes, and the password is for the password is 64 bytes. So we need to find printable characters with size lower than those. I also put another constraint, which is I'm looking for network names bigger than 4 bytes and password bigger than 8 bytes. Another constraint we can apply here is these structures are usually used as a global variable because it's provided by the operating system, which is the software development kit. And global variables in C are always initialized with nulls. So what we are going to search is network names between those ranges, but they will be null padded till the end of the buffer. And the same for the password. Another interesting structure is this one, which is supposed to store the MAC address of the station this device was associated with. We can apply printable character constraint here because there are 6 bytes arbitrarily, but there is a special byte that follows, which is split into bits, which corresponds to different modes of the Wi-Fi. I put 2 constraints, and we can also set that the second nibble of this byte would be 0. Another constraint we can apply here to limit the results is that the 6 bytes needs to exist in the MAC vendor data list. And lastly, we can check also the MAC address against the Google geolocation service. I put all this logic together into a script, which is publicly available in GitHub. And by running this script against the binary file, the only network name and password it found was the correct one I set before in the testing Wi-Fi network. Regarding the MAC addresses, the script found like a dozen of MAC addresses. However, only one has a valid entry in the MAC address vendor database, and also has an entry on the Google geolocation. And the geolocation corresponds to my home. Side note here is that I'm not living there, so there is no leak. So conclusions. I was able to retrieve the network name and the password from a LAMP. So an attacker could steal a LAMP from an office, and if the LAMP is Wi-Fi, he might probably retrieve the network name and the password and escalate the attack. Another conclusion we can say is that if anyone finds a LAMP in the trash, he may probably also retrieve the network name and the password, but he could also retrieve the MAC address and the geolocalization of the last time the LAMP was used. So don't throw away your IoT devices without erasing them or destroying them. Well, thank you very much. I hope you enjoy this talk. I'm glad to answer any question if you have. Yeah, sure.
Was the actual light bulb cheaper than the board itself?
Than the port? No, the port, by the port you mean the USB converter?
Yeah,
okay.
€6 ESP.
Okay, he's asking if the light bulb is cheaper than the USB serial port converter. No, I think the bulb is, the USB converter is cheaper than the bulb. Yeah, I think the USB converter, if you use a cloned one, no, the original FTDI, it's like $5 or something like that. Yeah, sure.
If you were able to put it in the boot mode, in programmable mode, you probably would also be able to install something handy like ESP Home, I suppose, right?
Yes.
Did you try that, or is it something interesting to explore, or you just need it?
Honestly, I didn't try to update the firmware on this specific device. I tried. Sorry, I
customized one firmware for this type of lab, right?
Yeah, yeah. He's asking if I play around updating the firmware or trying another firmware. No, I didn't try with this device. However, I used to work with other firmwares like Tasmota or. Thank you very much.
lightning talks about Fedora username change as a case study for what I think a good project for diversity, work, and related stuff. So let me present myself. My name is Michael Scherer. For people who know me, I still work at Red Hat. I still principal system administrator in the open source program office. Still the same pictures and since the last 10 years. And just to start with a quick show of hands, who thinks that they would need a username change or needed in the past? Just raise your hand. Great. So 4 people out of, let's say, 100 people. I mean, nobody's going to watch that on the stream, so I can lie. So yeah, the project basically involves fixing all Fedora infrastructure application, because right now we cannot change username at all. What you can do is just drop your username and recreate a new one, which is time consuming. You need to fix all documentation, etc., etc. And the question is, why do we want to do that? Because right now we do not do that. People complain, but not too much. So the first question is GDPR compliance. I could explain that, but I do not have the time. So last time I did, it was half an hour of my 1 hour talk. Because people ask, I heard that sometimes being nice is nice. Because some people are more impacted than others. Like nowadays, people do not always change their name when they get married, but in some culture, in some country, they do. And most of the time, it's most likely for men and women, the woman will get a new name rather than the reverse. And sometimes people change their first name because they do a gender transition. Sometimes people get adopted, and sometimes people decided to use Dark Lord 69 as their Fedora username, and they suddenly regret when they start to get a job. So there is plenty of reasons, but mostly impacting minority and people making bad choice. So yeah, that's most a question of justice. But again, I do not have time to speak about that. You had to be there 2 weeks ago in France for listening to the full talk. But yeah, I want to speak about why that's a good activity for recruiting newcomers. So just to make sure that everybody is on the same page. When I speak about community, it's more a group of people working together. I know because community is pretty overloaded as a term. Like sometimes I mean community of users, sometimes that means just group of people living together, especially in the US. So here it's like a group of people working together on a project. Project, again, a word which is overused. I would define that as what a community do, but like circular definition, not going to work great. So a project, I mean something that has an output, producing something, and not just changing something, like producing a Linux distribution, producing an encyclopedia, producing a database that can be rendered as a map, like OpenStreetMap. And it has to be here long-term, at least for that presentation, so something where we expect to not do it and drop it, because otherwise that's still a project, not one I'm interested in. And yeah, once you have your project, your community, your main output, I would say product, but then whether people do not like using that. What you want to do is attract people, and usually for that you need to have some task. You cannot just set bug tracker and have people come. We tried that. It do not work. I mean, it worked, but not at the scale we hope it would work. So in an ideal world, if you want to attract new people, you need to have a small and time-bound task. Rewriting the Linux kernel in Rust, that's not small, that's not time-bound. Fixing one small bug, that's small, that's a small bug, and once you did it, we do not expect you to maintain that forever, except maybe some Fedora people, where the last person who touched a project become maintainer for life until there is another person falling in that trap. You need to have a steady supply of search tasks, because if you just have one, then someone will fix it, and then you no longer have anything. I usually give the example of translations. That's great, because new words get added to software every time, and every release you have something to do. So that's kind of a forever supply of easy tasks. Ideally, you need to have something which is close to the main output of your project. So for example, something close to the creation of a distribution, close to the creation of an encyclopedia, etc., because that's where there is more people, more mentor, and more meaningful. You have something that should be able to scale to 0. Like if it's not done, that's not blocking. again, translation. If something is not translated in French, well, French people will complain, but then they can just do it. And something that can scale up to 11, like if everybody wants to do something, then you need to have enough work for every people. A distribution is perfect. There is always more software to package than packager, so it scales. And ideally something where you can pair and mentor people, because then you will be able to create some social links that's important for people to come back to feel that they have a friend. Just in here, we'll tell that Fedora Linux, it's mostly about community, but I think it's mostly about Fedora as a distribution. But yeah, important to have social support. And for the precise case of wanting to do something around diversity, you need something related to the group you target. And that's pretty important because I do not want to say all people are selfish, but enough are. For example, I can give an example. In OpenStreetMap, you can add restaurant, because that's a map. And in order to engage vegetarian, you can say, oh, but you can tag a vegetarian restaurant on the map, so you see where you can go in a new city. And if you do that, it's like fun, it's easy, and then when a new restaurant is added or old one closed, you fix it, and that's it, and that works. I know they do that, for example, for women group, where they tagged stuff around childcare, like if you go to a restaurant, can you change your baby, etc., etc. And that works because that solves a problem that the targeted group is having, knowing if you can go to a place. So yeah, to go back to Fedora, I said, yeah, you need small tasks, and I'm like, yeah, but there is one big task, fixing everything. That's not a small task. And we're like, what is he going to say? Well, yes, that's a big task, but that's a big task made of small tasks, because the biggest task was fixing the backend, and that was done 5 years ago. Because before, the reason, well, oh, we cannot do it. Technically, it's not possible, but it will work when we fix the system and do not use your custom stuff and use FreeIPA. And yeah, FreeIPA supports renaming user. It's just that everything else don't. So now what we want is do like MythBuster, if you know the TV show where they just try stuff. It's basically that. The plan is to abuse or use the testing infrastructure of Fedora and get someone volunteer to be like a guinea pig. So we'll pick someone, we say, now we change your username and we will see how it works. It will most likely break. I mean, I would be surprised if nothing breaks, to be honest. I look at all the infra and nothing seems to be immune to the problem. But then it's okay. It's an infrastructure made for test. It will not break production. And what we will get out of that? Well, we will get people who learn how to test, because I give you a project, for example, the Fedora calendar. I tell you how to use it, and you check something, and then you discover what breaks. So that's perfect for learning QE. And that's perfect also for developer, because that's mostly Python developer, but there is also for Go, Ruby, and PHP. And for example, for Fedora calendar, I already looked at it. It's just a question of changing the database, which is, well, not trivial, but not super complex, and fixing, I counted 3 different if. So that's pretty much good for learning how to do something. And once you fix that, we do not, again, expect you to maintain that stuff forever, no matter what people on the Fedora booth will tell you. You can just fix that, learn Python, work with others. Ideally, something that we also want for that project is a project manager, because I was supposed to start that at the end of March. Then it got delayed to May, and I was supposed to have something to present, then it wasn't. So something which is good at project management, which is not me, would be helpful, but if nobody wants to do it, well, I started the project, so I will have to finish. And something very important, if you know a pastry chef, because once everything is finished, I want to get chocolate cake, and that's very important. So if you want to help, we have a Matrix channel called pride@fedoraproject.org. Can come and ask. I'm on PTO for 2 weeks, so I'm not going to work. But after that, we will start the first stuff, which is finding a project to test and fixing, and do it again until it's fixed or until we stop. And yes, I know the irony of doing that on Matrix, while Matrix do not allow you to rename your username since forever. and there is a ticket open since 7 years, but it's going to happen very, very soon, or so I heard. And yeah, and if you have any questions, that's the right moment to ask. Or we still 5 minutes, that's it. So if everything was clear, no? Yeah.
So for this project, where do you see in terms of like building that team, and also looking at the effort required to organize that? Like, where do you see as the landing place for people who are interested in this? Like, how would you bring people together to work on this project?
So the question is, how do I see people working together for that project? My initial plan was to do some kind of test day where we take one application after the other, and depending on how much people come, we just do the test and everybody tests and breaks something. Later, I don't know, every time I plan something, it do not go according to plan, so my idea is just not plan anything and see after 2 or 3 stuff. My idea is to get first a bug tracker once I decide on the name. Remember that naming stuff in IT is hard. And later we'll see. Again, you know as well as me that the Fedora community is not always great at following order or this kind of stuff. So just having a list, just having someone to do the tracking of tasks and doing like regular meeting and something like that. I plan to basically abuse the DI meeting for that and just open a ticket and give a feedback, and from time to time just abuse my access on the blog to post my blog post and use my access for mailing list to force people to read my mail, this kind of stuff. It's like a long-term plan of that. But, yeah.
This wouldn't be step one, but Fedora test days could be an interesting way of like, once some of that work is done, doing that like application.
Yeah, yeah, definitely Fedora test day. Another part was fixing the distribution itself, but for that, that requires. I mean, yeah, so the question was using Fedora test day, and yeah, using the distribution, because right now if you change your username on the distribution, there is something that breaks. For a start, you need to link your username, your home directory, otherwise script will break. There is network manager that hardcode your name and everything, and I cannot test all the package in the distribution, but yeah, that's something where we could just say to people, do that in a VM and use your usual stuff and see if it breaks. So yeah, that was the plan, but first the issue was Fedora application, the infrastructure, rather than the Fedora stuff. But if people want to join, I will be happy to delegate that part to someone else and push blog posts, etc., etc. Any more questions? I would say don't be shy, but I will be shy at your place, so be shy if you want. Well, thanks for listening. If people want to contact me, that's basically either sending me an email or finding me on IRC. If there is someone on Twitter, Facebook, blah, 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 that's not me. Yes, Justin?
I was going to ask, are you using a Nintendo Switch controller?
Yes.
Your clicker?
Yes. I can also, if you look on my GitHub account, that's a Joy-Con to click. It's written in Rust. I'm very proud of it. That's why I keep using it. Just the Switch one. If you want to sponsor me a Switch 2 so I can add the feature, I will be happy to get it and keep it for QA-related reason. So yeah, you can contact me, or I will be there for DevConf at least until Sunday after the end, and I will be at the party tonight. Okay, anyway, thanks for coming, and see you later.
everyone. Thanks for joining me. I'm very excited to share how you guys can streamline your business workflows using Cogito. So let's get into it. Before we start, can you tell me, do we have any product managers here? Business analysts, developers? Really great. Okay, so before we jump in, a little about me. I recently just graduated. I'm an associate software engineer at Red Hat, and I really like organizing tech events. Okay, let's get started. So here's what we're going to look into. What is Cogito, why we're going to use it, and da-da-da. Let's start. Okay. What is Cogito? Cogito is a cloud-native business automation toolkit by Red Hat. It's built on Quarkus, and the idea is very simple. Okay, yeah. The idea is simple. You model your business logic visually using BPMN or DMN. And Cogito compiles it into code that runs as part of your app. So it focuses on three very important things: business process management using BPMN, decision management using DMN, and business rules using rules. Let's look at the core components. So we have BPMN, which is business process model and notation. It is used to model and evaluate business workflows. Next, we have decision model and notation, which is used to evaluate decisions based on business rules. Lastly, we have rules. It's used for evaluation of complex rules that businesses have. So why Cogito? Why should one use it? Cogito stands out because it's developer-focused and cloud-native. It supports Quarkus and Spring Boot for fast startup time and low memory usage, which is ideal for microservices and containerized deployments. It uses BPMN and DMN. We're going to look at what they are very shortly. I know it's very confusing for you guys. Okay? So real-time decision automation. It has, you get minimal latency because of it, which is perfect for dynamic and data-driven applications. It also allows business analysts and developers to collaborate easily because you're using visual tools, making business logic easier to understand and maintain, right? Lastly, you get the hot reload feature with Quarkus, a tight development loop that you can treat business logic as a first-class citizen. This means improved productivity, faster delivery, and easier collaboration. So how does it work? It's very easy. You define your process using BPMN or DMN, and Cogito generates REST Java APIs for you. And then you can use these endpoints, call them just like you would any other RESTful service. And this allows business rules and workflows to live alongside your code base. This is the architecture, right? So the user is hitting a REST API. For example, let's say requesting time off. The Quarkus service will call the Cogito process. And out there, the business logic is where it happens. So whoever requests, the person who's requesting time off, the business logic will check. Do you need to approve it? Can you auto-approve it? Do you want to escalate it, or do you want to reject it, or is it something else? It's modular, it's traceable, and transparent. So let's take a look at how Cogito process looks like. Is it visible to everyone at the back? Yeah? Cool. So this is very difficult to navigate, but yeah. So you start a process. OK, so this is basically you're traveling. You want to look at visas. This is something that we went through right now because we've been traveling from India, right? So this is the start of the process. The visa checking is happening. This is called executive gateway. And out here, you can only have, So let's start with the brief, basics. At the visa check, you need to check, do you require visa for the country that you're traveling, or do you not require visa? If yes, so out here you can see properties. You can see that the visa is required, right? If expression returns true, it'll go there. If it's not required, it'll move here. So let's assume that we do require it, right? So the person would fill an application. This here means the application will be filled manually by the user, right? This again is a user task, applying for the visa. You send the visa application, and then you're waiting for the visa decision. The star indicates that there's waiting or there's going to be delay in the process, right? Out here again, we see that there are two ways that you can go. Either your visa is rejected or it's approved. Let's say it's approved for now, right? Here you come at the executive gateway, and it takes you only to one place, right? And then you go to the parallel gateway. What happens here is, with parallel, you'll be having tasks running in parallel, okay? So it's, you book the hotels, and then you book the flights. Now, you must be wondering what that plus sign is. That, again, is another BPM flow, which for your ease is it's like just 3 processes. It starts, you book the flights, it finishes. Similarly, for hotels, you book the hotel. Again, your travel is confirmed, and the user will confirm the travel, and then that finishes the visa check is done. This is how it will be working for you. Do you want to look at another example? I have no idea how this will work. Cool. Let's move to the next slide, which is not moving. Okay, yeah, perfect. Okay, so how do we get started? You will need Java 17+. You'll need Apache Maven to compile and run. You'll need VS Code and the Cogito extension. So we have the BPMN editor is by Red Hat. You can use that at Postman to testing the APIs. Right. So let's do a recap. Why do we need Cogito? It's so easy, like you just saw. Your entire flow was right in front of you. It was traceable, it was modular, and it was transparent. It easily integrates with Quarkus and Spring Boot, so you have all the hot live reloading features. You know, you'll have low memory usage, right? It shortens the development cycle because you get instant feedbacks, right? The testing, the verification is done easily. It's great for business logic transparency, like I just said, and it supports real-world use cases. All the rules, the approvals, timers, everything is sorted in just one place. Cool. That's all from my side, but I would love to interact with you guys, so feel free to shoot questions. And please use Cogito for bringing more clarity and automation in your business workflows. Any questions? Can you use the tool for creating? The diagrams. You could. You can create the diagrams, but I feel like you could have any BPM and diagrams. So this is usually for codes, but yeah, if you really like the UI, sure, why not?
Anything else? Okay. Yeah. So what Cogito does is, yes, you asked does it have any have any extension, correct, for adding those. So basically what happens here is when you create this workflow, right, it'll create Java APIs for you that you can call. So suppose you wanted to add a form, right, and let's say you have it in like React, or like you have a website where the form has to be filled, you made it Python, React, whatever it is, and you can call these APIs from there. And whatever the user fills in, all of it would be stored in like a database. Yeah. Yep. Any other questions? Yes. Okay, yeah. So you see the Java folder out here. Yeah. So if you look at trip, this is the poacher that you get, right? So you have the getter, setter, everything right there. And I would have showed you the APIs, but I'm not connected to the internet right now. Any other questions? Cool. Thank you so much for coming.
Cool. So first of all, thank you for being here. I know the time is, we're almost ready for the party and everything. So really, thank you for being here today. And yeah, this talk will be something about side projects, of course. And it's mostly to understand how you can get started, how you can get involved in something, and what are the reasons why we usually do that. So just to start, I'm Alessandro Rossi. I'm working for Red Hat as a specialist solution architect, and I'm maintaining some other projects that I have also for Kubernetes world, OpenShift world, or Ansible in general. And the idea today is to provide a sort of, it doesn't want to be, the end motivation to start a new Facebook or a new Amazon or a new anything, but just to understand how we can get started doing something for the community or for ourselves itself. So how do a project start? How to make it relevant and what you can get out of this. And the idea is, okay, how do a project start, a side project start? It sometimes can start with a problem. So it can be either something that you need to solve, or maybe something that you are facing maybe when you're working or when you're studying on potentially everything you do. You can have a problem. And how you can tackle this problem? You can either try and look outside. So maybe there is something that can help me. Think of a library, think of a playbook, think of anything that can be. It's not just related to, it's related to any kind of technology. It doesn't need to be specific. Or again, you are facing maybe a specific task that is not fitting 100%, so any other software is not fitting, or any other project is not fitting your needs. So, and again, you can also have some options. So think of just maybe editing an image. Maybe you have an initiative or an project that you can use, but they are so complex. And maybe, or even think of a matrix for a timesheet. So maybe you are on some complex shift with your companies or with your lessons, and then you realize, it's a bit too complicated to just implement in something that is existing. So why I don't start something? And this is exactly how it started for me, at least, because when I was working way before joining Red Hat, almost 15 years ago, I had a very complex time shift matrix. Because we had, poses, interchanges with other colleagues, and no software that was out there was so easy or did for what I wanted to do. So what I did, I was learning Java at the time because I'm not a developer. So I was just learning Java for, for my pleasure, let's say, and I said, okay, yeah, I know, but it is what it is. So I said, why I don't just get started and try to do something cool, maybe. And I ended up with a very small project. It was a small Telegram bot. That it was just, I could tap in, tap out, add poses, add anything that I wanted to add, and it just worked. But again, what I think is anything that takes time away from what you're doing is a good opportunity to just do something to reduce this time that you're using. And again, it doesn't need to be a problem. It can also be an opportunity because you are learning something or you want to learn something. And side projects are an amazing way to do some hands-on stuff and get really into the technology, into the project. And again, it's not necessarily related to coding or in general. It can also be writing something, writing a paper, writing whatever. It can become a side project as well. And again, when you're growing personally, as a person, as an individual, you can then contribute to the community and bring the same passion, the same energy, the same commitment that you put in your side project and motivate someone else to do the same. And again, we are living some strange days, again, but one good thing of these strange days is that information is out there. So you can just go, grab a book, grab a tutorial, grab a paper, and just get started studying, learning, trying to implement what you are studying and what you are learning. And this is one of the biggest things that you can do. Because once you get into the topic, you can also explain that topic, and you really get that topic. So your teammate or your colleague can benefit from this as well. And maybe tomorrow that colleague will be the same that is doing this. And imagine scaling like this. Of course, how do you make it relevant once you decided to start? Again, one of the biggest things that we need to keep in mind when starting something is that the temptation and what can happen is that you start too big. You want to solve all the issues of the world, but you cannot even move from here to there. So the idea is start with something small, commit to something small. You have an issue, try to focus on that issue. Don't try to build the new because the world wants us to create anything, new heartbreaking technology, or we need to create a startup with an innovative product. It can really be something that is capturing the keyboard typing. I mean, if that's what you need, just do it. And again, this is a very powerful quote because really Rome wasn't built in a day, and it's not just because I come from Rome, but the idea is that if you start focusing on something and you have the chance to solve and find a way to find a solution, a viable solution to your problem, this is the way you need to do that. And again, when you are doing things and you have ideas, put it down. This is the best way, and elaborate after. So you have a lot of ideas. Then the day after, just, no, maybe this, maybe not, this, maybe not, this, maybe not. Because this is how. Because if you start analyzing the problem at the same time, it can become overwhelming. And you are probably going to quit that project because it's too much. There's never too much. It's just about looking with a different mind the day after you are writing down the things. And this is exactly the noise I'm referring about, because everything that is potentially bringing your attention out from what you want to focus is completely noise. And you need to try and cancel it. And again, you need to focus on doing things. Then you have all the time, after a week, a month, when you have everything in place, say, okay, now what I can do? I can improve it. I can add a new functionality. I maybe can just rewrite the code because I learned something new. And maybe that 300 lines of code can become like 30 using a framework. And at the same time, you've also learned a new framework. So, I mean, anything that you do on your project can be really something that enlarges your knowledge. And this is what I love the most each time. And it can be a work-related stuff or completely not related to work. So, and another thing, of course, is you need to collect feedback. Because maybe you have an idea that can be useful to any of us in this room. I did something, so why not sharing it? I have something. I have a public repo. You are reading in the forum that a specific user from a country 10,000 miles away from you have the same problem. Why don't you just state, hey, I tried to do that. Do you have any ideas on that? Collect feedback. Try to get issues on, if we are talking about a repo, try to get feedback and the most important part is the criticism. Because if the criticism is constructive, it doesn't need, and this is something that needs to be worked on a personal perspective. You don't have to take feedback personally. Because bad feedback is the only thing that allows you growing. If this session is not good, I want you to tell me that this session is not good. And this happens in everything. It can be a project, it can be a paper, it can be anything. You don't grow if anyone is saying, oh, well, good, but then they go out and say, 15 minutes wasted. This is not going to help me improve. And this is exactly what happens with project. If the project is with no issues, no pull requests, no nothing, how do you think? It's a good or a bad project? Potentially no one knows about that. And this is really a problem. This is one of the first problems. And again, when you're talking about issues, issues can also help you improve. Because again, it doesn't need to be something that is not working, or maybe someone else is needing a bit more, the extra mile. And you can collaborate on that. You can create something together. You can also network with other people that have different projects or different points of view on the same problem that you're having. So getting a bit more concrete, the idea is, first of all, what I strongly suggest, if you're even thinking of something, start. This is already a huge step away. Because if you don't start, you're not going to finish anything because you didn't even start it. Don't get, don't get pulled down by, oh, I will not do that, I will not do that. Imperfection is something that is human. We are not perfect. Perfection doesn't exist in life. And this is something that we need to cope with. We cannot be the new inspirational model or the new genius. Potentially, there is a genius here, or more than one. But, if you are facing an issue, or if you are facing some unconfidence, or you're feeling down, don't get drowned by these feelings. And again, learning by doing. You can study for an exam. And I did that with exams that I didn't like. Full head down, take the exam, get the grade, forget. I never put something practical. So if you are learning and you want to really learn, you need to put your hands down and just start implementing what you are learning about. Because otherwise, it's just about, about something. And this applies also to work. You can be the best seller in the world because you are good. But if you don't show that you know the product, that you know about the product that you are talking about, no one will believe you. And trust me, you will always find someone that is better than you and what you are talking about. This always will always happen. And again, be confident. So the point is, if you see even a small progress, it is really worth the trip because you are doing something, you are improving, you are getting better. And I just wanted to remark this. This is a very powerful quote because it's really true. You need to get started. So if any of you today will have the motivation to start something today, this will be a success. Or if you are already doing something like this, continue believing on that. Really, never give up on these things. Because really, maybe we will not become the new Zuckerberg or Bezos, but who cares? We are doing that for us. We are not doing things to impress others. So really, thank you so much for taking the time here. I really hope that it left something. And again, talking about feedback, please make use of the function because it's something that is valuable. And yeah, if you have any question, just feel free to ask, or I will be around for another time. So I will be more than happy to talk with you. Thank you, really. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. See you at the party. Oh, please. Sorry? That's a good question. How do I have so much energy? Good. Thank you. Really, because I really love what I do, and I think this is not a secret, and anyone in this room who knows me a bit knows that I consider everything I do as something that can, give me something. So even just being here, for me, is the biggest thing ever. So I think this is something that is worth being energetic about. So, but again, it's great for me that you felt something like this. So it's just enough. Thank you, really. Whew. I think enjoy your time and see you at the party if you'll be there. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you again.
Thank you. Okay, so hello everyone. This is Akansha Bhende, an associate software engineer at Red Hat, and today I will be talking about what and why contributor experience matters, and how AI and automation is transforming this space. We will also look at what future holds up for this space to make it more inclusive and better. So with that, let's get started. Before we dive in, we'll look at the agenda. We will be covering why contributor experience matters, traditional versus AI workflows, some smarter workflows, real world use cases, future of contributor experience, followed by the conclusion. So let's start with a simple truth that people don't return if they don't feel welcomed and valued. This isn't a technical blocker, but a smooth onboarding determines if the contributor will return. We all are contributors here and definitely have faced a situation in our contributing journey where we picked up a task or joined a new team and were not able to understand what to do next. And in that have wasted a lot of time. So like complex onboarding, poor documentation, lack of guidance, and many other friction points not only frustrate users, but also take away their motivation to contribute, which slows down the delivery process. According to a research, 70% of first-time contributors don't return, which is a universal signal that if we don't design our contributing experience, we are losing out on potential. And in today's world of hybrid teams and distributed leadership, contribution isn't a side activity, it is how work happens. Great code starts with a great welcome. A smooth, welcoming onboarding is necessary to set up contributors for success and like to encourage high quality of code from very start. With that, let's look into the traditional versus AI workflows. Traditionally, workflows are heavily dependent on human memory and boring static documentation. We believe that people will figure out, but in reality, they don't. Instead, they just drop off, and sometimes they are not able to understand what to do next, and in that, they are not able to deliver on time. With AI, we are changing it. Interactive bots, timely suggestions and feedbacks, and instant AI-driven suggestions. All of this are helping in making contribution easy. As the former CEO of GitHub, Nat Friedman says, automating the boring parts of contributions help people focus on the meaningful ones. With AI, we are not only saving time, but that is helping us to understand what is really impactful, and there we are able to focus more. Now, we will look at some smarter contributing workflows, starting with dependency management and maintenance bots. Dependency management bots like Dependabot, which scans your projects and makes PRs for libraries which are outdated and makes PR to keep them updated and secure. Then there are Dependabots of GitHub, which are generally related to the security changes. Another types of bots are like personalized AI bots, which helps in personal onboarding of the contributors, like by greeting them or providing the resources which are necessary to set up and all. So this helps in reducing confusion and frustration of the first-time contributors. The best bots are the ones that quietly remove friction from contributing. Second point is automating the change set creation. Change sets are important for versioning and change logs of a project. It helps us to understand what has been changed and what packages were affected due to that changes. It helps in automating the release notes and versions, and helps in reducing the human errors and saves time. The next point is real-time feedback with AI reviewers. These AI reviewers provide real-time feedbacks and at the same time help in maintaining the code consistency and styling across the whole project. At the same time, they help the junior developers to understand the best practices along the way of contributing. For example, GitHub Copilot and CodeRabbit. Next point is issue triaging with machine learning. ML models are nowadays trained to label issues and detect and categorize the issues based on their impact and severity, and sometimes also assign them to the maintainers and the people who will be working on it. So this helps in saving a lot of time and has drastically reduced the backlog, which has helped in faster deliveries. Interactive workflows for contributors. So this is nowadays very famous, like personalized interactive intuitive bots which are generally integrated on chat platforms, which answers questions of the contributors and provide the real-time suggestions and help up with the resources they need while contributing. This helps them to, like, they feel that they are welcomed and respected, which is a startup for high quality of code. And the last, the automation tools. They are automation tools like Puppet, Chef, Jenkins, and Ansible. They are all DevOps tools which helps in automating the complex repetitive task and help in smoother deployment and infrastructure testing. This saves a lot of time and reduces human errors. Now we'll look at some real-world use cases. Microsoft's open source ecosystem. This has features like first-time contributor detectors, CLA checkbots, which helps us, the contributors, in like checking if they have the contributor license agreement before making the contributions, and provide with the necessary resources. The impact of this is reduced first-time friction and help to increase the number of contributors to Microsoft. Second point will be open source. With the tools of GitHub Actions and AI recommendation, they have created personalized issue recommendation and Growth Insights platform, which provides a visual representation of the contributor's journey, like the open source journey. Plus, it provides actionable insights that what the contributor can do next. This has helped in boosting the return rate of the contributor. Third example will be Storybook, where GitHub Actions plus auto-commenting bots has helped in increasing the confidence in merges, because this bot suggested like which stories has been changed. There's also one advantage of visual regression testing, where they have integrated chromatic CI, where with each pull request, this chromatic CI takes snapshots of the changes and compares it with the base and helps in understanding what has been changed. So this helps in the review process and makes it faster and provides more confident UI changes. As we can see that all these real world examples have not only like, as we can see, the future of contributing experience is more about being personalized and interactive. If we like contribute in making the contributor experience better, we can make the casual contributors and convert them into a long-time collaborators and help to make a stronger and sustainable ecosystem. So the future of contributor experience lies in emotionally intelligent bots which detects frustration and understands the mind state of the contributor and accordingly suggests the suggestion. Then contextual mentorship, neurodiversity workflows, which according to the feedback styles and attention spans of the contribution accordingly tailors the recommendation and helps the contributor to make contributions. So we can say that future of contribution is not only about AI and automation, it's about making the space personalized and interactive. So that pretty much wraps up my presentation, and we come to the conclusion that we as developers or managers should try to make the contributor experience interactive and friendly, whether if we are building internal tools or public platforms, because we all, as there's a common notion of AI and automation are cutting headcounts, but that's not true. Instead, it is helping to unlock contribution at scale. And the best tools don't help us to do more, they help us to become more. So yeah, thank you so much for your time, and thank you so much for being a wonderful audience. I would like to take up questions if there are any. Yeah.
So you mentioned about the bots, and then you mentioned about the AI reviewers, right? I mean, I was just imagining a situation, let's say the AI bot did something on my repository, created a pull request, and then there is an AI reviewer. So are these two different bots, or this is just one bot who is reviewing the repo and then making the changes for me?
That's a good question. Thank you. Okay. So you mean that the bots which are reviewing the PR and the bots who are making changes to make the libraries up to date and for the security changes are different? Okay.
Are they different or are they same?
Okay, so it depends on use case, but generally they are different. Suppose if we take the example of CodeRabbit, it is specially just for reviewing pull request. And the example of Dependabot, which was given here, or Renovate, they just make PRs. It is a manual task of the contributor to check if the contributions are not breaking anything. And at the same time, like the PR reviewer will just give suggestions that this will help in accessibility change or best like code practices and all. So there are two different things.
But don't you think it's repetitive? Because if I am using two different bots, what I see is that they are doing the same work for me. They are suggesting me the best practices and they are applying it for me.
Yes.
Then why would I need two different bots? I would have just one bot and I would say, hey, here is my repo, fix it.
Yeah, that's actually a good point of view. But the thing is, there should be some manual thing to check if the bots are doing the correct thing, because at the end, bots are getting trained and they are also like, not always bots are right. So it's the task of contributors sometimes. They can help in reducing the time like and fixing few things, but they cannot completely take the contributors' work. So as the last slide said, that they can help us to do more, but they can't like cut the head count. So I hope that answers your question. Yeah.
So I have a question, and then I'll give some context about why I'm asking the question. So the question is, what do you see as, in a slide you mentioned, like, so humans can solve the not boring parts of the equation. What do you see as the role of humans in a contributor review process and the onboarding process as we go to a more automated, AI-driven workflow type of approach? The context is, I work at Red Hat as a community architect, and I work with a lot of different upstream communities, some of which are more excited or less excited about these kinds of tools coming. And a big like anxiety that people have is like trying to figure out like, oh, like that human touch about things is really important, about inclusion and bringing people in and making them feel welcome. So to restate the question again, like what do you see as like the role of the human in this more automated, machine-driven, AI-driven workflow?
Okay. So you mean that like what's the part of human to like the human contributors in the automation and all those stuff.
Or rather, like, complement it. How do we as humans?
Yeah. So it's like, sorry, like in, what was the last point?
So, like, how can we, like, how do we fit into this? Like, okay, the bots are doing more
Yeah.
and more for us, but how do we keep that human touch?
So the task, that's the task of human to train. And as I gave the example of CodeRabbit and all, they are giving the they are giving the configuration where you can set the tone of the bot. Like as you said, some want some human touch or someone friendly touch. There are some tones like friendly poetic tones where they give you in, feedbacks in form of poems. So there's a human work done in making the contributors respond more friendly and human, like in a natural way. I hope that answers your question. Okay. Okay, thank you so much.